Chester got nowhere to go. He He's got a silver tongue and a pocket of tricks. Cheeseburger grease on his finger so slick. You blink for a second, your wallet is gone. Fester's laughing loud, chewing on a foot long. Oh, Fester, you dirty dog. Scamming through the shadows like a hog in the fog. You eat like a king, but you act so low. Big old Fester got nowhere to go.
AI, folks.
They say he's got charm, but it's hard to see. With mustard on his shirt and ketchup on his knee. He'll sell you a dream, but it's all a lie. Then order 2 pizzas and a side of pie. From city to city, he leaves his mark. Conning old ladies and stealing in the dark. They say he's got a big reputation, but Fester's just a fraud with a wild imagination.
Unbelievable. Yeah. Completely AI generated. Lyrics, music, and vocals. Yeah, we're doomed. We are absolutely doomed. Yeah, AI is killing humanity. So I decided to play that, and no idea that Fester was not going to be here until 3 minutes after the show beginning. Fester, why are you walking in like right now at the end of your little AI? Are those new glasses you're wearing now?
No, so these are readers.
Hold on. Oh, what the hell?
These are readers.
What happened to your Ollie G yellow lens glasses?
I still wear them. They're in the car. They're my driving glasses.
Oh, all right.
They're the driving glasses.
Your blue blockers, whatever.
But,
all right.
Sometimes I can't read the computer screen between us. So
Yeah, what's up with you? Why are you running late today?
It feels like we've added more stairs.
Yes, there are 2 extra stairs, Fester.
Yeah, they've raised the building.
Like since yesterday.
To meet new FEMA flood requirements, they've raised the building. What the hell? What are you saying?
The kick in the head is, when you cut it as close as I do,
right?
One light makes all the difference.
Yeah,
makes all the difference.
Yeah, well, you're coming down 4th Street, so
I mean, even at the beginning. You mean, let's say I pull out, at Interstate 275 and Pierce Avenue.
Yeah,
right?
you got the 7-Eleven light. It was at 118th or whatever that is on 4th, and So I'm talking about the St. Pete lights. See, I don't have any lights because I come across the Howard. I get on 4th, and the only lights I have to deal with are the 118 light. I think at 7-Eleven. Then you got the Winn-Dixie light where the Dunkin' Donuts is. And then you got the next light, which is the Gandhi and 4th Street light. And, if it's always great when you hit all 3 of those lights in a row and you get just green light all the way. But, when you get hung up by all 3 of them, that'll screw me up by a couple of minutes. So,
it happens.
You're all disheveled.
Nah, you know what? I'm always disheveled.
Wearing your corn dog trucker cap today. That's some good stuff right there.
Gift from a listener.
Yeah. Hey, what's in the that's the gift. There's another gift apparently. Did you see? We have another. Hold this up to MJTV.
So,
we've got a new mystery box that has arrived.
It's not very heavy. I mean,
it's very light. Because I did pick it up. It was sitting here, and it's another box. What does it say? Is that an indicator?
No.
Are they repurposing a box?
Yeah, this is not original shipping tape.
Yeah, they're using black electrical tape to seal up the box.
So the box is from a company that sells like spice rubs and stuff.
Oh, okay.
I looked them up yesterday.
All right, so that's just a box that somebody used.
Yeah.
Do you want to open that right now?
We can.
Yeah.
So did you see what else was at the front, little vestibule area that we have up front?
What's that? No, I left that. Someone's picking that up.
Oh, crap. I thought somebody dropped it off for you, and I picked it up, and I took it back.
No. Somebody's picking that up.
I thought, man, look at MJ loves these.
All right, so
I picked it up. I was like, he's going to want these.
I put something out in the lobby for someone to pick up, and then you're picking up what I just dropped off.
Because I know you like them. I'm like, oh, man, I can't believe he walked by these. They're right out in the middle. I mean, people will trip over them. I mean, they're so obvious.
That's for Racy Stacy, who calls the show. She was begging for some of these drinks, and I said we'd hold a case of water for her, and she's going to come by at some point during the show on the way to work, whatever that is, and she can be there right now picking it up because the lobby opens up at 6 a.m.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
All right, I'll put them back in.
Attention all homeless and squatters and vagrants.
Yeah.
The lobby opens up at 6 a.m.
I mean, and the restrooms are always cleanest in the morning. So, I mean, if any of the hobos want to come by.
You know what?
Good to know.
I guess, have they not figured that out?
What?
I wonder if, like, homeless have figured out, like, all these office complexes, like the lobbies, the lobby opens up. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, listen, I think a homeless person could camp out in one of these office buildings for months.
Yeah.
And not get detected.
Right.
Just shimmy one door.
Well, listen. There's a whole lot of.
I mean, not our building, but maybe like the Allstate building or something.
I'm thinking there's a whole lot of vacancy in this office complex. Yeah. If you're looking for office space, I bet you can get some real cheap office space here at Bay Point because I think there's a lot of vacancy.
So.
You know what else I found out? Some loaded family, like some billionaire real estate family out of New York owns this place.
I'd bulldoze it in a minute if I'd put up some affordable housing. Really piss everybody off.
Right. Hey, let's open up the box. Do you have a razor blade?
What's in the box?
What's in the box?
Right.
Hey, Andrew, can you put that up on 20? Where's my what's in the box?
Yeah.
Come on, hurry up, put that up on 20. Hey, before you open, do you need a razor blade?
I got a key.
All right.
I can't carry razor
Is there a
blades.
return address? Where'd it come from? What city? What does it say?
The shipping zip code is Mango, which is a little town between
Thenodisassa and
Seffner and Tampa.
It's out in that zone. Little Mango. Mango, Florida. Is that its own post office?
There's a
Mango?
Yeah, there's a Mango post office.
All right. I remember Mango, but played by Chris Kattan on Saturday Night Live.
Was that Mango or Mongo?
No, it was Mango.
Mongo was Blazing Saddles.
Mongo was, Candygram for Mongo. Candygram for Mongo, yeah. All right, so are we almost ready?
What's in the box? What's in the box?
All right, what's in the box? Fester was sent some kind of a mystery item from a listener. It's another edition of What's in the Box?
What's in the box?
Yeah.
What's in the box?
All right, Fester, what's in the box?
All right, there's a note.
Do you remember when we were scared to open up boxes because of anthrax? Yeah. Do you remember after, man, that was some crazy crap, man. After 9/11, when you had like the whole anthrax scare and they sent anthrax to like Tom Brokaw.
Right.
And, other remember that? And at the radio station, every single piece of mail, everyone was scared to touch and open. And, I think it was Rhonda, the receptionist, was wearing like a whole gloves and a face mask and everything.
We had a hazmat suit for Rhonda.
Listen, Rhonda had the face mask on before COVID. Right? 20
I was thinking of COVID, but
20 years before COVID, Rhonda, the receptionist over at our old radio station, she had the 3M drywall mask on and she had rubber gloves on. We were all afraid to open up the freaking mail after 9/11 with the whole anthrax scare.
All right. I opened up the package.
All right. What is it? What is in the box?
There's the most grammatically incorrect one-line letter note I've ever seen.
Hold on. This is like your curse now, homies.
It's not even the right tense of your.
Hold on. It's supposed to be you are cursed now,
I
homie?
guess.
But it's on an index card because I can see I'm going to hold this up to MJTV so you can see the index card, and then somebody is deliberately like burned the edges.
well, now there are no fingerprints that are not going to be all messed up because you guys have been touching everything.
So the edges are all burnt, and it says your curse now, homies. And so they've deliberately burnt the edges of this index card. So what's in the box?
Okay,
Don't touch it, Fester.
Hold on. Is there something in the box?
There is something in the box.
What's in the box?
All right, so there's all this stuffing.
Yeah, there's packing paper and
there's
what is it? Oh, it's like a voodoo. It's like a voodoo mask.
Okay.
Oh no.
Is it just a mask, or is
I
it?
mean,
Is it one of us?
It's not of one of us.
It's some kind of voodoo mask that was sent to Fester.
It's not a large mask.
No.
You can't wear it. It's to hang on the wall.
I can hang
I
it.
see the little hook behind there.
Oh, I know where I can hang it from.
Is that like from your rearview mirror?
No, I was
next to
thinking-
your blue blocker sunglasses.
Okay.
All right. So hold on. It's like a voodoo mask. Hell, is there a name on the return address?
No.
No,
no name.
just an address.
No, because what did they do,
let-
Fester?
Let me see the box.
Here-
Very cleverly.
You know what the terrorists did?
Hold
And
on. What?
I'm going to call this person a terrorist
What?
until I figure out who they are.
What they do?
Listen,
They put Fester at MJ Morning Show for the mailing address.
Yeah.
And then they use the address of General RV as the return address.
Oh no.
so he was
Now-
going to get it either way.
So I was going to get it no matter what.
Oh no.
Actually, this person didn't even need to pay for postage, and I can see on the box, the shipping label, where the originating zip code was.
What's the originating zip code?
That's where I found out it came from Mango, because this
Oh.
package came in yesterday.
Oh, so you saw this. Oh, wow. Oh, that's weird. That is strange.
What a weirdo.
Yeah, Fester MJ Morning Show, and no, there's no return address?
I think.
Oh, wait,
I think that's,
no, hold on. Oh, it's okay. The address is
Yes.
Dom General RV 13396 US 92 Dover. That's
Yeah.
I think
Oh,
that's a
man.
federal offense to put a different
man.
address.
Oh wow,
Well, let's call the
that's,
feds.
That's weird. All right,
Let's call ICE just in case.
Let's address this later on.
Okay.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, listen, I'm already running very late. 6:12 at the MJ Morning Show. We're just getting rolling. You know what I didn't get to? I didn't get to the UFO story. I teased the UFO stories like 3 times, and I never got to the damn thing. So let me get to those next. On the MJ Morning Show on Q105, 104.7 FM. Back in a minute. I'm going to do this thing, and I apologize. It does happen occasionally that I tease something. Hey, coming up, we got to talk about this, and then we get sidetracked, and then I never get to it. And one of those items this week has been the UFO pile. Yeah, so I've had numerous mentions, I think like two, and I never brought it back up regarding these like UFO stories that have popped up. And I find this stuff fascinating. Welcome to all of our early listeners, 620 here on the MJ Morning Show. Why did you say to me we're going to have a fight about the photo deal?
Dude, you dropped a bomb on me yesterday at the worst time. Hey, we need to take photos.
Hold on. I'm getting distracted from the UFO thing.
Okay,
Yeah.
fine.
So
We'll have our words later.
Just to like tell you what's coming up, we could be having an argument. We could be having a blowout. I'm setting up a photo session.
Why?
Wait, I thought you were going back to the UFO thing.
What do you mean, why?
Let's get to UFOs.
All right, UFOs first, and then if we have time, we'll get into the photo deal. We need new pictures, Fester. Our pictures on our website suck.
This is not a good season for me in pictures.
All right, let me do the UFO crap. What are you laughing at, Michelle?
Because you just like every other sentence was the opposite. It was like you talked about the UFO, then the picture, then the UFO, then the picture. No, I'm going to talk about the UFOs. No, I'm going to talk about the picture. No, I'm going to talk about No, we're talking about UFOs.
Festus dropped a bomb on me on he's complaining and bitching about the photo session to take good pictures, and he dropped that bomb on me during the commercial break.
But we're talking about pictures.
Yes. All right, let me go back to the UFOs.
Oh, no, we're talking about UFOs.
Yeah, UFOs. That's what we're talking about. All right. So I've been sitting on this for a couple of days, and the story's circulating, it's percolating, and I just find it fascinating. And I'm like, duh. I mean, this is what I've thought all along. So several angles here, several UFO-related stories. Number one, Pentagon secretly planted Area 51 UFO conspiracy theory to hide classified weapons programs. Duh. You know, like I'm telling, like the Tic Tac that was flying off of like San Diego. I don't know if that one's involved, but I'm telling you right now that some of the unexplained phenomena, it's clearly governmental programs or space or defense contractors rolling out new technology or testing new technology. So Pentagon deliberately spread disinformation over UFOs to disguise Area 51 weapons tests. And this is just really regarding Area 51, but which is out in Nevada, outside of Las Vegas. And, of course, people have been fascinated with Area 51 and the secret 737 airliner that takes off from Las Vegas all the time, and it's what do they call it? Area 51 Airlines or something, whatever the deal is.
Lincoln County, Nevada.
And don't say Nevada, it's Nevada.
I'm an Otta.
Yeah.
I'm an Otta.
No, well, that's wrong.
Well, you're wrong.
No, I'm not wrong.
You are wrong.
No, it's Nevada.
Potato.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Tomato.
Nevadans don't say Nevada. They say Nevada.
Listen, I don't
Listen to the people that live freaking there, dude.
Dude, I had an uncle who worked at a casino. He never called it Nevada. Like, go over the hell you say.
Well, because your uncle probably came from Suffolk County, Long Island,
Right.
and didn't know how to pronounce it to begin with.
But he lived there, so I listened to
Doesn't
people who
matter.
lived there.
It's Nevada. It's
Yeah.
not Nevada.
I want to listen to the lost people who just got tired of walking to California, who ended up in Nevada, telling me how to pronounce their state.
Some of the most, listen to this, some of the most prevalent UFO conspiracy theories, including aliens being housed at Area 51 in Nevada, were fueled by the Pentagon in an effort to provide cover for secret weapons programs. Yeah, a review by the Department of Defense found that in the 1980s, an Air Force colonel visited a Nevada bar near Area 51 and gave the owner fabricated photos of flying saucers near the secret government base, according to a review of the 2024 report by the Wall Street Journal. The incident renewed local fervor over UFOs, and that whole remember all the alleged sightings.
Yeah.
And then next door in New Mexico, you had the Roswell incident decades ago, and I'm telling you, this is just the tip of the iceberg. There's all kinds of crap going on here. There's all kinds of, and I don't think it's alien stuff. It's defense crap.
So
They're covering up secret stuff. Yes.
Are you saying the military's disinformation campaign to throw off this trail of nay-doers?
What the hell's a nay-do? I never heard. You mean a naysayer?
Nay-dweller? Nay-doer. I think somebody who does nay is a nay-doer. Anyway, somebody who wants to find out about our defense. The way that the government threw him off was by having a general go to a bar and give some fabricated photos to the bartender, knowing that he's like the town crier and he's going to tell everybody.
Guess what?
That's the plan?
It certainly did the trick. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. I'm telling you, a lot of this crap has been fabricated, planted.
How the alien looks has been fabricated. The whole Whitley Strieber look, the whole like this, with the kids.
With the big eyes?
Did that general go in there and describe this, or did he sketch it on a
napkin, like a little one
Yeah.
of those little
Hold
square
that up.
cocktail napkins?
Hold that up to
doing it right.
MJTV. Andrew, can you grab Michelle's camera?
There you go.
Yeah, this is a great photo. So if you're watching MJTV right now, or if you're going to watch later on, this is a photo of Chloe and Julian with a silver alien at the Roswell, New Mexico Alien Museum on Main Street, or whatever the hell it's called in Roswell.
Isn't Roswell like a big tourist trap?
Well, that's what I was just going to say. So what they did is created a huge tourism.
There's a whole industry around
industry.
UFOs. And keep in mind that the alleged alien spaceship crash site at Roswell, New Mexico, it's like 45 miles outside of actual Roswell.
Yeah, I was so disappointed that we didn't get to go there.
Because-
I thought we were going there, and you were like, no, we're not driving out there, Michelle.
It's a bunch of dirt and rocks off some road, like hundreds of yards off any road. And I don't even know if it's accessible where, and I do believe with the Roswell, New Mexico crash, which happened in 47? I think it was like 1947. 46 or 47 was Roswell. And there was no alien craft that landed, and alien bodies were picked up by a local funeral home. That's all. It was. I do believe that was a weather balloon, or it was some military craft that crashed.
So now you don't believe in aliens anymore.
No, I think that I don't think we've been visited. I think there's clearly life out there.
Have we been probed?
Listen, you
What
might
about
have
those
been,
stories?
You might have been probed.
I'm here for it.
Yeah, you might have been probed. I don't think it's by aliens,
Listen.
though, but I think you've been probed.
Fester, you'd be quite the specimen if they wanted to find out about humans on Earth, huh?
We've got a large one. Retractor beam cannot lift. Retractor beam cannot lift. Use two beams.
No, use a forklift. Yeah, can't use the tractor beams. Just use a forklift.
Dude, they'll say, like, take me to your leader, and I'll take him to, like, the Burger King. There it is. There's a Burger King. It's a king.
The Jetsons. And then one other item that I added to my UFO pile, which we didn't get to, was non-human intelligence is hiding in the world's oceans. Ex-Navy Admiral says, and it's a legitimate threat. What kind of kook pill did this guy take?
Like smart fish?
No.
What does he mean, non-human intelligence?
On the afternoon of November 14th, 2004, U.S. Navy Commander David Fravor and his FA-18F squadron were undergoing a training exercise with the USS Nimitz Carrier Strike Group about 100 miles off the coast of San Diego when his radar detected an anomaly. Fravor looked down from his fighter jet and noticed something white and oblong right above the waterline. He saw an object on screen, observed in both infrared and visible light, that was about 45 feet long without wings or other protrusions. It seemed to be eerily moving along with the plane, leaving no exhaust behind. When Fravor made an attempt to intercept the strange craft, it took off at warp speed. It accelerated so fast that the sensor was unable to keep tracking it.
Oh my
What
God.
is now known as the infamous Tic Tac sighting remained classified for over a decade.
That's really fascinating.
I'm doing like the narration voice, like on Discovery or on the Science Channel or whatever.
It's got to be a little deeper.
Yeah. When a bootleg, anyway, I mentioned the Tic Tac incident, and that's this. But this guy goes on to say that alien life, they're underneath our oceans. And I'll tell you what, as a scuba diver.
Yeah, have you seen anything?
As a scuba diver, I have not seen any alien life, but I have always, and I've done.
That's not true.
What?
You've seen octopus.
All right.
Okay.
Michelle thinks that octopi,
Yeah.
that octopuses.
They're highly intelligent.
Yeah,
They are aliens.
Yeah, Michelle thinks that octopuses are alien life that got trapped on Earth.
What they can do and the intelligence that they exhibit, they're very sentient.
It's a dog underwater.
No.
It's a dog with 4 extra legs.
Fry me up a plate of alien.
Tell you what.
Right?
I tell you what, I took the kids to Yoko's on Monday night, and I had some octopus. I had some taco. Octopus in Japanese is taco, T-A-K-O. So if you want to go to a sushi bar, if you want to sound like you know what you're doing, just say taco nigiri. So you get little, octopus on top of rice, which is the nigiri style versus sashimi style. You want tuna, call it maguro. You want some squid, ika.
See, that sounds like alien language.
You want some yellowtail, hamachi.
Ika maguro hamachi. Probe the short man.
Or the fat one.
And the fat one. We cannot retract the fat one with our beam.
Anyway, so this dude is saying that alien life, this is a whole separate story, that alien life is living in the oceans.
Well, wouldn't that be the perfect place for them to hide if they did come down and observe? We can't get as deep as they can probably go.
Right. How many movies have there been where the alien life comes out of the oceans,
Like 20.
There's been a lot of movies.
I don't know, a lot.
In the last 20 years, I can't even think of any of the names, but I know there.
I don't know any movie where the alien life comes out of the ocean.
Oh, yes.
Close Encounters of the Third Kind, they come out of the sky. Arrival, I think Julian keeps telling us we saw that. They came out of the sky.
There are multiple sci-fi movies where the alien ships rise up out of the oceans, and then they.
No, unfamiliar.
I'm telling you right now, there are
Independence Day. They came from another planet, right?
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
Independence Day, they were buried under the ground.
Yeah,
and they would pop up through streets, and they were underground.
Occasionally, oceans.
There are several movies. I can't think of the exact names, but there are several movies where the aliens are, and we're talking extensive spaceships and alien craft.
All right, so there's
pop up through the oceans.
The Abyss is one of the movies, according to AI, which will eventually.
No. The Abyss is where aliens were. They were found in the deep, deep sea. But what I'm saying is that I don't recall in the Abyss that there were like these humongous spacecraft that pop up.
So in this AI overview, it says the Abyss is where aliens were discovered in deep sea environments. The movie Sphere. I can't say that word.
So what if you want to go to that great new attraction in Vegas? What do you call it?
Sphere.
Dude,
Sphere.
Dude, it's called the Sphere.
Sphere. So I'm saying it right. Sphere. So the Sphere movie,
like one of the layers in the atmosphere, you could call like the troposphere, the stratosphere, the ionosphere. You can't say the freaking word.
See, the thing is the S on honest? So it's like ionosphere.
Dude, you're driving me nuts.
Is it ionosphere?
I'll move it along.
Anyway, there's Sphere, which centers on discovery of alien technology on the open ocean floor. Battleship, which is an alien invasion.
You know what? I think that's the one I'm thinking of.
Other movies like Virus or Last Breath.
I think it's Battleship that I'm thinking of. Listen,
Divers.
We got to go because I don't want to get too late. I've got a tremendously good pile of morons in the news next. Here on the MJ Morning Show. Oh, the morons are spectacular. Let me tell you what else is spectacular. The service, the quality, the whole experience that you're going to get from WeatherTight Mike and WeatherTightWindows.com. So WeatherTight Windows is your window and door replacement company. You don't have to think twice. The only thing you have to think about is what I just said, WeatherTight Windows. You can go online, weathertightwindows.com, and remember, it's WeatherTight, it's T-I-T-E, WeatherTight Windows, or WeatherTight Mike. Do a search, call them up. They're the company you want for your replacement windows. Hey, don't miss out on a $200 rebate per door, a $100 rebate per window, and we're talking about PGT custom windows and doors. So PGT custom windows and doors are built right here in Florida. You might have seen the big plant off of 75 in North Venice. So they make a product, man. So PGT custom windows and doors, phenomenal product. And you got to have that matched with top-notch installation, and that's what you get from WeatherTight Mike. Hurricane season just started. You got time to get your windows and doors replaced. Hurry up, folks. It's WeatherTightWindows.com. WeatherTight Mike. Don't forget the cookies. And tell WeatherTight Mike that MJ sent you. Simple as that. If you're in a car wreck, if you slip and fall, let's talk about slip and falls for a minute here. You're at your favorite store, and listen, you like the store, you go there all the time, and let's say there's just some negligent hack of an employee that leaves something out, you trip over it, you slip, you fall, whatever. Maybe something falls off a shelf. Oh, we've got a story later on. The lady's suing Costco for $14 million because something fell on her. So that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. Oh, that's a giant payday for Stacy.
Oh, that's my dream.
Oh, yeah. A client, something falls off a big rack at Costco or, Sam's Club.
Literally, part of my financial plan is to get hit by something falling out of a pallet. That's like retirement.
That's your retirement plan?
Yeah, I met with the Hollands, and they're like, walk closer to the scaffolding.
Yeah, whatever. All right. So if you're in a car wreck, if some clod runs into you, or if you slip and fall, somebody else's negligence really screws you up, you want the Kemp Law Group. Accident or fall, you call Kemp Law, kemplaw.com. Tell them MJ sent you. At 6:36, traffic's on here. Shriner, morons in the news. And next. Morons time. You ready?
Y'all ready for this?
Uh-huh. All right, I want to revisit an item we did late in the show yesterday. So if you've already heard this, well, you're going to hear it again. If you haven't heard it, I thought it was important enough to bring this back up because I was shocked. I was appalled. Do you recall an item that we did late in the show yesterday that I was just absolutely appalled about? Couldn't believe it?
Yeah.
What was it?
The etiquette of pooping in other people's houses.
No, that's not it.
Oh, because
No,
I was thinking about. I've been getting suggestions all day.
Wrong.
People who listen to the podcast.
Wrong.
Like
Wrong.
one guy, and you said like last segment, you said something about aliens and the Tic Tac incident.
Yeah.
And then one person actually mentioned to me, drop a Tic Tac in the toilet.
What?
To freshen it up.
What?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not trying to get too far out, but I thought you were talking about toilet etiquette.
No.
Oh.
The person having the medical emergency and the wife ran into Starbucks.
Oh, yeah, I need a glass of water because my husband's having a seizure.
Well, no, it wasn't a seizure, but if you missed this, we did this late in the show yesterday, and I just thought it was important to bring back up because I was shocked. Shocked, I say. Yeah, it happened in Richmond, Virginia. And this couple says that a Starbucks, you know what? If you've got a douche at Starbucks, what are they called?
Star douche?
No, they're Star Schmuck. Come on. What's the matter with you? A Star Schmuck.
Okay.
Star Schmucks.
That's a widespread for insults.
Star Schmuck. You got a Star Schmuck working at Starbucks. All right. So this couple, they say that a Starbucks worker refused to help them during a medical emergency. Kevin Key, 38, in stage 4 kidney failure. I'm sure he's probably on the list waiting for a kidney transplant. He and his wife, Nelisa, were in the Richmond, Virginia area, the Short Pump Town Center, and they were there to visit for a comedy show, and he suddenly has a medical episode, so he goes down. He starts sweating. He says, I don't feel well. He's leaning over. Then he starts vomiting.
Oh, no.
So the wife, the wife, Nelisa, runs into Starbucks.
Well, she knew what to do. She knew he needed ice water right away.
Cold water right away. She runs into Starbucks, needed ice water. She said, I was frantic. I was crying. So she sees a nearby Starbucks. She runs inside. There's a long line, and she explains to customers, my husband's having a medical emergency. He's outside. He needs water. So everyone waiting in line was fine with it. And she goes to the front of the line and says, hey, my husband's having a medical emergency. I need some water. And the barista, the bonehead, says, you'll have to wait in line.
Yeah.
I mean, what the hell?
All right. Does the barista have any legal obligation to help this person with water?
Well, why do you always have to look for the negative?
Because it's eventually going to end up in a lawsuit. This is going to end up in court in some capacity.
I don't know about that.
Because this jilted family, who unfortunately this guy has the stage 4 kidney disorder, which is terrible, and I don't wish that on anybody. Well, maybe some people.
Can I finish the story with? You've got some inane explanation to try to justify the.
I'm just talking this through.
Yeah,
I don't jump to
There's
conclusions.
nothing to talk through. That if someone's having a medical emergency and all you need is water, and you don't need a double floppy boppy schmoppy schmuckachino.
Yes.
If you don't need, all you need is a glass of freaking water. Then you should be able to get a glass of freaking water.
Sir, I've been trying to order my schmuckachino now for 10 minutes. And this lady's just barrel-assing in here looking for a cup of water for her sick hubby.
No one in line. None of the customers were upset. None of the customers were complaining about this. So
I'm sorry, ma'am. I ordered a venti.
You'll need to get in line for your husband's stage 4 kidney failure, vomiting and collapse episode. Nope. We got people waiting in line for venti, schmenti, whatever.
It's a schmuckachino.
A schmuckachino.
And a cake pop. Have you ever had the Starbucks cake pops?
I don't go to Starbucks.
They are not bad.
I think you can get them from Publix too.
You can get them from anywhere. Now that you make them all kinds of places.
Yeah.
So she did not expect the barista to say, sorry, you'll have to wait in line for your husband's emergency ice water for his medical emergency. So she points back because you could see Kevin was doubled over. She says, "That's my husband right there. He's in stage 4 kidney failure. I just need water to give him quickly." The employee looked at me and said, "Nope, you need to get in line." And then repeated, "Hey, my husband's in kidney failure. We just need ice water." Up, wait in line. Wait, step aside. Wait in line.
Did she ask to see a manager?
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's unfortunate. It's very sad. Here's the thing, but we've talked about this before. These large companies, Starbucks has thousands of locations. Do they have? They must have hundreds of thousands. Do they have 1 million employees? I don't know, but some of them make dumb decisions.
So Mr. Kevin Key, the guy in kidney failure, couldn't believe what was going on, that Starbucks would not give them a quick cup of just ice water. Well, lucky enough, there was a Capital One cafe. I've seen the commercials. I'm not a Capital One customer. You know, I don't bank with them. I don't have a Capital One card. What's in my wallet? Well, not Capital One. That's not in my wallet. So luckily, and I've seen the commercials for the Capital One cafe.
Yeah.
In the bank, and then they have
you can do your banking,
a whole cafe and everything.
Look at this place. I've never been to one or even seen one.
Guess what? I've seen it in the commercial. I don't know where there's an actual Capital One cafe anywhere in the Tampa Bay area, but I'm sure they're out there. So they rush into the Capital One cafe, and they said, "What's in your wallet?" No, they didn't say that. They
didn't make him prove?
They were able to get a cup of water there. Yeah, a situation that should have taken less than 10 seconds to get water turned into a nightmare. I could have possibly blacked out, collapsed, smashed my head on the sidewalk. It could have had an even more dramatic impact on my body. My kidneys could have possibly just shut down.
All right. Let's not hype up the drama here, Mr. Key.
Calm down.
My kidneys could have shut down.
The Capital One Cafe was located directly opposite the Starbucks at this outdoor mall area in Richmond, Virginia, and that was his savior. That was his savior.
I think it just takes compassion, right? Like the Schmuck Bucks employee should have just been like, "Here, whatever you need," and then kept helping other people.
Yeah.
Like, do you even question if somebody says, "I'm having a medical emergency," or "My person is having a medical emergency"? Just do whatever they need to get done.
Ma'am, you have to wait in line.
What if someone walked in with like a gash, they're gushing blood or something? We need a towel. We need some napkins. Sorry, get in line.
Line starts there, sir.
Right there. Yep.
Let's start right there.
If you bleed out during that time, too bad.
This is just a whole reason not to go to that Schmuck Bucks place. I mean, honestly.
Yeah, I'm not a Schmuck Bucks fan at all.
Is it Star Schmucks?
Overpriced.
No, I think it's Schmuck Bucks.
All right, so according to
Star Schmucks or Schmuck Bucks, whatever.
According to the Capital One website, there is one located in the city of Tampa.
Yeah, where?
Oh, where?
In Hyde Park area.
Oh, wow.
Oh, let's go.
South Village?
Let's go check it out.
Village Circle.
Something like that.
Yeah. Is that like near Anthropology and stuff, or I'm sorry, Restoration Hardware?
Oh,
yeah, do they
I don't know that Restoration Hardware is still there, but you know what we heard is coming.
What's coming? What?
I told you the other day. You didn't believe me.
There's a rumor that Hermes, the French fashion house with their expensive Birkin bags, might be coming to. Well, they're looking for a Tampa location, so I don't know if it's going to be Hyde Park or if it's going to be Britton Plaza.
Britton Plaza has they have availability.
Well,
right next to that old theater?
Next to the Tapper Pub. Put Hermes at Britton Plaza. No, but there have been rumors that Britton Plaza is going to be redeveloped. In fact, I think it was
just purchased. It's like $56 million.
Yes.
What's going to happen at the Tapper Pub?
Oh, that's probably going to be gone.
It's literally the only thing I care about in that plaza.
Really?
I heard that Asian buffet is kick-ass.
Yeah. I haven't been to that yet.
We should go.
Yeah, there used to be an all-you-can-eat Chinese restaurant there years ago. Sounds like they morphed to new ownership. But some private equity real estate group, they bought Britton Plaza. And listen, all eyes are on redevelopment. And there's been talk about turning Britton Plaza into something like Midtown, at 275 in Dale Mabry.
That's all we need.
Yeah. So they're going to redevelop that in some fashion at some point. Because isn't the Big Lots empty now, right? And right?
Oh, is the Big Lots
empty?
empty?
Like the Big Lots and the Marshalls on one side. The Big Lots might be empty right now.
Big Lots, that one closed.
That was one of the closed?
Yeah.
And then,
Anyway, thank you to the Capital One Cafe for helping Kevin Key out with his stage 4 kidney failure problem.
I once bought a skimboard at that Play It Again Sports.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, we once dropped off like a stroller there. Remember?
Yeah.
Didn't it take like 6 months to sell or something?
Yeah. It was, when those joggers were popular, when people had like more than one kid, especially, you'd put two kids in and it had the special wheels and whatever. Yeah, I used it a couple times and then I was like done.
You want to hear a racket that would be totally fester?
Let me get my pen.
Listen to this racket.
What do you got?
Yeah, morons in the news continues. 6:51 MJ Morning Show. A school food director was a grifting. He was stealing funds to purchase lobster and other premium goods, under the guise of being a food director for a school district.
I mean, here's the deal. These food delivery services have everything.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, like I can think of like Cheney Brothers is a big one. Or, they service, or U.S. Foods. They service restaurants. You can get like these.
Well, Cisco.
Yeah, Cisco's another one.
Cheney Brothers, U.S. Foods. Gordon, right? Isn't that another one? You got a bunch of these food delivery companies.
But you can get anything from the most modest of meals that you would serve to kids in a cafeteria to gourmet-like stuff.
Then you have more of the specialized folks like Prime Line, So, all right, a Massachusetts cafeteria director has been accused of using federal funds to supply his own restaurant with expensive food and equipment. Man, this guy has a racket going on. Patrick Van Cott, 62, charged with larceny for allegedly ordering premium meats, including lobster, to resell at his own business.
Good for him.
The Snack Shack at Sandy Neck Beach.
Oh, so he was vending it.
Oh, dude, he had his own. So he's this food director. He's a Massachusetts cafeteria director, and he was with the Plymouth County Public Schools. So he abused his position with the Plymouth County Public School System, or I'm sorry, maybe not county, just Plymouth Public Schools. And he was the food services director, and he was ordering all kinds of supplies under their dime and then funneling all kinds. What schools are ordering freaking lobsters and USDA prime filet mignon? None?
Oh, I was thinking, how much did he order? Like, if I was the food director, I'd get, like a case or two for my private freezer,
Right.
But he ordered enough to actually stock a restaurant. That's crazy.
Yeah, the investigation began on May 30th when police received an anonymous letter alleging criminal activity at the Plymouth Community Intermediate School. The letter alleged that a person had been stealing commercial equipment and food products from the school. As director, Van Cott was the sole person with the authority to place orders for the cafeteria. Nobody got, well, apparently at some point someone got suspicious. You got lobster tails coming in and all kinds of expensive cuts of beef. I mean, meanwhile, they're serving freaking sloppy joes, right?
If even.
If you told me to name 2 states where they would serve lobster to their students, I would have guessed
Maine
and then Massachusetts. So, I mean, it's not that far off. I mean, it is like
that's a good question.
It is the state crustacean.
Is any lobster served in any school cafeteria in Maine? That's a good question.
I remember reading that lobster used to be served to prisoners.
Lobster was like an insect.
Yeah.
Until we popularized lobster, nobody wanted lobster. I think historically, if you go back like 100+ years, nobody wanted lobster. Lobster was like fleas of the sea, and
they were served to inmates, and then they revolted. They revolted against the guards.
We don't want this stinking lobster. What is this melted butter?
Are you making this up, Fester?
You never heard that before?
No, that's true.
Like this is like maybe like in pre-colonial time. I don't know, but back in the day,
that 100% true. What Fester's saying. Now, Fester's typically a total BS artist, and he blows fake crap out of his butt all the time. But no, that's true. Lobster used to be like a low end, like a budget cheapo item. Yeah.
In colonial America, lobster was so plentiful that it was considered poor man's meal.
Poor man's meal.
Frequently served to prisoners, servants.
Yep.
And often used as fertilizer.
now you're paying $40 a pound for a lobster. All right, 6:55 at the MJ Morning Show. That's early morons in the news. Man, I got so much more. We'll probably sprinkle some good stuff in during the show. When we get back, the 7 o'clock hour begins. Yes, it does. I got a complaint. A complaint has come in. Michelle and I are way off base. A listener's calling us out. What is a listener angry about? Well, we'll tell you next on the MJ Morning Show on Q105, 104.7 FM. International Diamond Center's deal of the year is on. Folks, it's the zero interest financing for 5 years. You go to IDC. You got a bunch of locations: Tampa, Clearwater, Lakeland, Sarasota. You go to IDC and you find the perfect diamond ring, engagement ring. You find a beautiful necklace, diamond stud earring, whatever. The jewelry at IDC is phenomenal. The service is unparalleled. The value is unbelievable. And now what is also amazing is you pick something out and you don't pay any interest on that item for 5 years. So monthly payments, if you want to go in that direction, it's principal only with absolutely no interest fees whatsoever. It's incredible. IDC, Tampa, Clearwater, Lakeland, and Sarasota. International Diamond Center. Tell them MJ sent you, and it's only for the month of June, so hurry up. How'd you like to have the best garage door service in town and then also save 10%? You call Banco and you tell them, hey, I listen to the MJ Morning Show. Tell me about the MJ Morning Show 10% discount. Banco does all the garage door service at my house. We've had numerous things done. You know, LiftMaster and Banco, they wanted me to experience the top-of-the-line LiftMaster garage door opener, so they put those in. They are spectacular. You know, we gave away 5 of them Mother's Day week. People love these things. If a spring breaks, you call Banco. That's the most common service call, is a spring breaks. If you've got a tension wire that breaks, your track is coming off the ceiling, whatever. Any garage door service, you call Banco. Bank on the best. Bank on Banco. It's bancodoors.com. Nothing should come to mind when it comes to garage doors other than Banco. bancodoors.com. Tell them that MJ sent you for 10% off. Traffic's on 6:58. Let's grab Shriner with the latest. Back in a second. everyone. You've arrived at the 7 o'clock hour. MJ, Fester, Michelle. And we got to get into the photo problem in just a minute. I don't know why Fester's being so freaking difficult. Quickly, just a listener complaint that Michelle and I are way off base. This came in via direct message. So thank you, Ryan. Ryan, regular show listener, I guess. You know, my DMs are open. So if you ever need to communicate with me, you get a couple of ways. You can email me. I'm mj@mjmorningshow.com. So my email, 24/7. And this is my private personal email, mj@mjmorningshow.com. Any hot tip, any gossip, something I need to know, you want to be anonymous, you want to tip us off to something. I get a lot of intel. Our listeners give me a lot of intel. So mj@mjmorningshow.com, or you can just DM me on Instagram. I'm Certified MJ Radio. And if you don't follow me on Instagram, you should. And always, I think, good content on my IG, Certified MJ Radio. So Ryan writes in that Michelle and I are way off when it comes down to bud tenders. They provide an amazing service. They'll tell you what a particular strain of marijuana will do for you. Much more difficult than being a bartender. They do way more than just hand you the weed. They provide much more service than a bartender. How did this even come up?
So we had a story earlier in the week that a woman left a $5,000 tip. Maybe it was last week.
Yeah.
She left a $5,000 tip at a weed shop. And we're like, what? Tipping's out of control.
Well, here's what happened. The lady went into like a smoke shop.
Like Butterama.
She wanted to buy some CBD cream for some kind of shoulder ailment, and she bought some CBD infused cream for like $128. And I guess they asked for a tip on the checkout screen. Leave a tip. So she was going to leave a $5 tip.
Seems pretty generous.
She added a zero, and it became a $5,000 tip. And then she's like, hey, I made a mistake. Can you void the sale? No, we don't know how to do that. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Certainly. Anyway, you just go to your credit card company. But then she had a whole problem with Wells Fargo, and it took her like months and months and months to, settle the issue and get it rectified. That is correct, rectified.
She had to call like the investigative reporter in her area to shed light on the situation before the bank did the right thing.
Yeah, I think it's Better Call Bernie. It's like
Better Call Bernie of the Bay Area, but San Francisco Bay Area.
Better Call Bernie. So she finally got her deal rectified. But I made a comment. You should not be expected, if you're at a retail establishment, you're buying a tube or a jar of cream, which, by the way, $128 for some CBD-infused cream sounds ridiculous.
Creams are expensive,
dude. I'm telling you right now.
Lotions are expensive.
That store probably pays $10 for that damn thing, and they mark it up to $128. That's what I'm guessing. So I'm getting scolded by Ryan because I made a comment. Hold on. You go to a weed dispensary or a smoke shop, they're handing you some crap, or they're using some tongs. They're using some tweezers to take some bud out of a glass jar and put it in a baggie or whatever they do. I mean, I don't smoke pot. I don't have a medical marijuana card. I don't do any recreational drugs. I never have, never will.
Unfortunately.
And I'm like, what do you need to tip them for? And then I got this blowback. Well, you tip a bartender. I'm like, well, because they're making you a drink. They're providing you a service. It's like a waiter or waitress. A bartender's making you a drink. You should tip a bartender. And this person's like, no, you need to tip the bud tender. The bud tender does much more than the bartender.
You know what? It's come to the point that any interaction is a service, and you have to just decide how valuable that is to you.
All right,
yeah,
listen.
that's a good point, Fester.
Yeah, anything's a service.
This is a service.
The guy who makes your coffee at Starbucks, that's a service. But is it a bartender service?
Listen, tipping is out of control, and if you go to a retail establishment and just buy something, you should not be expected to tip. And it's more and more often that they, the checkout screen, would you like to tip? I'm buying a box of cereal. No, I don't want to tip. I'm waiting for supermarkets to want you to tip the cashier for ringing up all your crap.
No. Publix has a no tipping policy.
Oh, no. Yeah. Publix. Well,
yeah.
That's
the bagger takes your stuff out to the car. No tipping.
Yeah. You know what? I have not been offered that in a long time. Did they stop doing that?
Only to you. They're like, oh my God, there's MJ.
Don't
walk him out to the car.
There was a time where Publix would ask you every single time, do you need help bringing the groceries out? I'm like, what do I look like? I'm invalid over here?
No, can I just point something out? Back in the day when we would shop, we'd have like a whole.
Fester got it.
I know, I get it too. Right. We would have a shopping cart full of bags. I mean, piled on top of each other. Yep. But now when we go to the grocery store, we are literally able to carry the bags from the register. So why would they offer us help?
Even then, they always used to offer, and I cannot tell you. So. I can't tell you the last time that I was at Publix and they offered, the service of, hey, can we help you out to the car? It just hasn't happened.
Sir, can I carry out your groceries to the car?
But that's where you're not supposed to tip them.
Yeah.
And you know what? I always jam a couple bucks in their hand.
No.
I'm like, you're going to take this.
Fester.
You're going to take this few bucks.
I think they could get in trouble.
That's the best part.
Yeah, get them fired.
If you want me to tip you, tell me I can't tip you. Ask for a tip. I'm like, screw you.
All right, 7:07.
Sand. Get out of here.
It's the MJ Morning Show here on Wednesday morning? All right, so, Fester, why are you just being difficult? I've got an old bud of mine. I've got an old friend that did photos for us years ago.
Sure.
Billy the Kid. Do you remember Billy the Kid used to hang out at our old radio station? Billy the Kid is a professional photographer.
Good guy, I'm sure. I can't recall him, or I don't know him well.
You'd recognize him. So Billy the Kid did a bunch of photography for us. I think he even did some of our shows, and so he's a pro photographer. And Billy the Kid has offered to do new headshots for us because, folks, if you go to mjmorningshow.com, you'll be horrified. In fact, I'm going to beg you, do not go to our website. Not only is the template, not only is our website a complete hack job horror show, the photos of Fester and me are ghoulish.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just awful.
If it were funny, I would tell folks to go to the website to laugh, but it's not even funny.
It's not there. It's horrific. Yeah, if you want to see the worst radio station publicity photos ever, I think these were taken in the lobby with like one of our old promotion directors' phones.
It's like a cell phone.
I think these are like cell phone pictures because they didn't want to bring in like a professional photographer with the whole roll of paper for the background and everything. The whole cycling around, whatever you call the background, the backdrop. Whatever. So Billy the Kid has offered to come in at my convenience, at our convenience. Billy the Kid, professional photographer. He's like, you let me know. I'll come in, set up the professional gear, the flashes, the lighting, the background, so we can get some good-looking photos instead of look at the green like haze around my hairline.
Yeah.
I mean, what the hell? It's an amateur hour hellfest is what our website looks like. So Billy the Kid wants to do professional headshots of me and Fester, and we'll get Michelle squeezed in there as well.
No, thank you.
Yeah, I like a couple different shots of Michelle.
Oh.
What, boudoir?
No, easy. Ow, whoa. What kind of kink are you into, man? No way, Cuck. Yeah. Listen, I don't know, nothing like that.
All right. So, Fester, I say to Fester, let's do the headshots on Friday. And I asked you a week ago, when can we do the headshots? And you kept blowing me off. What is wrong with, why are you blowing this off? Why are you making this difficult to take a few minutes to do some new photography, some new headshots, so our website doesn't look like a complete pile of toilet waste?
One, this is not a good season for me.
Oh, jeez.
I'm retaining my winter coat.
Oh, yeah.
All the weight I put on in the winter.
You've always been worried about your body mass.
I feel a little bloated in the face. Two, I'm growing my beard out this summer.
You are?
Yeah, look how ugly it is. Look how awful
Why are you growing it out?
Because I'm just a disgusting person.
Allison likes it.
She hates it.
She does?
Fester.
But I've never grown my goatee. It's big and it's bushy and it's gray.
Dude, I'm not.
Wait, is it going to get to like a certain, are you going to do like that Movember thing or something
I think I'm going to grow it down to like.
Really?
Like upper boobs. Like right there.
Like a ZZ Top beard?
Not that long.
It's going to make you look old.
You're going to sing Legs for me? Sure.
I will. She's got
sharp,
legs.
sharp dressed man.
Yeah, all that good stuff. Listen, I'm gonna, I feel like I'm gonna just have a very disgusting look this summer.
Are you trying to repel Allison?
You
I
know
mean, she
what?
doesn't
You know what
like
you
it.
oughta
What are
get-
you doing?
You ought to get some of that Rudy Giuliani hair dye and just have it dripping all down your face like chocolate sauce.
That's what she said. She goes, "Let's just ferment it." And I was like, "Honey, I don't know if I could pull that off."
We've had an experience with someone doing that.
Yeah.
Well, BJ did that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'll wash it out after 5 minutes. I won't just leave it
No,
in.
BJ stained. I'm sure he got charged. BJ stained the walls at. Do you remember which hotel that was?
It was in Vegas.
Yeah, which Vegas hotel?
Oh, the one.
Was it the Rio?
Yeah, it was the one when.
No, it's not the Rio.
The awards.
Yeah,
what's
it was the. It was. We were on ABC television.
Starts with an
It was the
I.
Radio Music Awards.
Yeah.
So this was I don't know, like 2000. We were at the Radio Music Awards, and it was telecast on ABC, and BJ and we presented like it was like the best summer song, and we were the presenters because it was the Radio Music Awards. And they brought radio personalities from around the country, and we were on ABC Network TV on a Saturday night live from Vegas, and we were at one of the fancy hotels.
Was it Mandalay Bay?
It might have.
We ate
Like
at
when it was open.
We had dinner at Mandalay Bay.
No, it was not. It was not Mandalay. It was.
Uh-huh.
I can't remember the hotel. So
Yeah.
BJ, had his goatee, and BJ was turning gray, and he used to Just for Men his goatee, and I don't know what the hell happened, but the Just for Men ended up on all of the walls, the door. The Just for Men was all over, staining the walls inside this hotel room in this fancy Vegas hotel. And
Anyway, this isn't my season to take photos. I'm going to be
Fester, dude.
my skin's a little breaking out.
Fester,
I feel a little zitty. I need a facial. I have to extract my blackheads.
Are you deliberately trying to annoy me?
We're having an honest conversation.
No, we're not. We're not. You're running me in circles.
I'm not. I'm
You
being
are.
very direct with you.
No. You're running me in
Running you
circles.
in circles is like, yeah, you know what? Friday will work. Oh, I can't do it Friday. Yeah, let's do it Monday. Oh,
All right,
I can't
Fester.
do it Monday. That's running you in. I
Fester.
know how to run you in circles.
I am not waiting until the fall to correct these awful.
But okay, can I just point out?
Plus the fact, in the fall, I only have like a month or two left on my contract.
Okay,
my contract expires on December 31st. I'm done.
Why are we even waiting to take photos? Let's wait till like December. Let's get through these awful photos for another 5 months, and either we're packing bags, which we have nothing to pack here, or
I don't keep anything
yeah,
here.
nothing.
You know what? I treat this whole place like I've got like a Skip Town kit. Seriously.
Yeah, a bug out bag.
A bug. That's what I was thinking.
I got a bug out bag in the Cadillac right now.
A bug. This whole job for me here is a bug out bag.
That's it.
Exactly.
So-
I could pick up in 30 seconds. I'm out of here, and I haven't left a fingerprint here.
Let's wait until end of the year.
Yeah.
We're gonna take photos for 4 months.
Are you insane? No,
Billy will do it in 4 months.
No, I want to do it now. I can't
Why?
stand because I can't stand the photos on our
Nobody
website.
Who goes to websites anymore?
Is improving that picture going to
Honestly.
improve the website necessarily?
Who goes to radio station websites? You're talking straight out of 2004. Go to our website.
So no one goes to a website? What are you
Nobody.
on? Are you
Nobody.
kidding me? No one uses the web anymore?
Nobody goes to mjmorningshow.com.
The internet is dead?
Okay, you go to news sites, but most of that crap is either social media based. I follow this show off of our socials. I follow the show off of our socials because there's no value to offer me. If the only reason you want to take these photos is to put them on our website so you don't look like you have incredible Hulk hair with the green screen shining through your curls,
It's insane.
that's the worst reason in the world.
All right, Fester, we are taking the photos. I'm booking Billy the Kid.
I'm not going to smile in any of them.
I don't care.
It's going to look like mug shots.
I don't care if we take a photo of your ass and
gonna
post
look-
that up.
it's
It'll
gonna
be
look
better
like-
than what we have now.
Dude, it's going to look like To Catch a Predator mug shots with me. I'm like,
Hey, let me ask you a question. If you're a limo driver for a funeral, what's the worst thing that can happen?
All right, so you're not the hearse driver.
If you're a limo driver, so in a funeral, the funeral home typically provides, you got the hearse, which carries the casket, and then you have some additional limos to carry the grieving families, right?
Right, yes.
Or family. What is the worst thing that can happen in a funeral procession? Oh, my God.
I mean, road rage?
That's a good guess, but that's not what I'm looking for.
Usually you have like the police escort on funeral processions, so you beat all the red lights.
Not always.
I'm
Not
just
always.
saying, I don't know.
Not always a funeral procession police escort. No.
You get into a. I just said.
Or locally, I've seen like the private. I've seen. I don't know if locally, do they? Can you like hire like local police departments?
I feel like I've seen the sheriff's office
or county. I'm sure you have to pay for the service, but I've seen private like funeral processions where they have like Harley motorcycles, but they have like purple flashing lights instead of like red or blue flashing lights.
Yeah, good luck getting me to stop for that guy.
Let me go back to my initial question. What's the worst thing that could happen to a limo in a funeral procession?
I mean, you get into a car accident.
You're getting warmer. Getting warmer. You're heating up.
You pop a tire and flip the vehicle over and kill somebody in the limo, and suddenly there's 2 funerals.
Come on, getting closer.
The car explodes.
All right, let me give you a 3-letter clue.
The driver's drunk. The guy's drunk.
Oh, you think I was going to say DUI?
I thought you were going to say DUI.
DUI is incorrect. Here is your other 3-letter clue. CSX.
Oh.
I'm out.
You're out?
CSX, what does that mean? I can't think of any word that starts with X.
That's the train.
It's the train.
Oh, the train company.
The freaking
CSX.
the funeral limo gets hit by a train. Oh my God! Can you imagine that?
That's crazy.
In Memphis, I'm hit by a train in Memphis. Was that a song by
Hit by a Train in Memphis? Mark Cohn.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hit by a train in Memphis.
Mark Cohn had a song, "Hit by a Train in Memphis."
He was going down to Graceland and got hit by a train.
You never heard that song?
Hit by a train in Memphis.
Yeah, there's a big Mark Cohn song.
I don't think it said hit by a train.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
He put on his blue suede shoes.
See, and I was hit by a train in Memphis. Absolutely. Yeah, right.
I was hit by a train.
Yeah. In a funeral procession in Memphis. Yeah, right there.
No.
Look, right in the middle of the train.
This is insane. The driver of a funeral home limousine responsible for a crash with a CSX train that sent several people to the hospital. It could have been worse. The funeral home might have had additional customers.
Yeah, right?
Oh, my God. The limo was carrying a family to a funeral when it collided with the train.
What a good recurring business plan. So here's what we're going to do to generate more business here at the Mid-Memphis Funeral Home.
This is terrible. 6 adults and an infant were injured in the train crash.
Oh.
Police are citing the limo driver as well as the drivers of 2 vehicles and a motorcycle escorting the funeral procession. Yeah, they were en route to the funeral carrying the family, and I guess they decided they wanted to try to beat the train. Are they insane? Be insane. Beat the train. Oh, that's a good PR. That's a good public service announcement. Don't be insane. Don't be insane and beat the train or something like that. We'll work on it. But the building blocks are there. Oh my God! Number of witnesses say the light was red. The railroad warnings were active, and they just decided to try to beat the train. And then here it comes! Whoa! Bam! Holy crap! All right, 7:20 at the MJ Morning Show. We start over an hour and 20 minutes of nonstop MJ. Oh, you know what I found out? Yesterday during the Diddy trial, we know what Diddy's favorite TV show is. Oh, this could be my favorite item of the day. We now know what Diddy's favorite TV show is. We'll get to that coming up in just a bit. Oh, the Costco lawsuit. Would you want something to fall off a rack and really hurt you?
No.
If you could make millions of dollars in a lawsuit against Costco? Wait till you hear this. Oh, and do you know what Disney is checking kids for? I don't know. Is this true? Disney allegedly is checking little kids for something. at Disney. All right, all that and a whole lot more next. On the MJ Morning Show on Q105, 104.7 FM. It is in effect right now. It's the Zero Res 15% off sale. 15% off everything. You want your carpets cleaned? 15% off. You want your air ducts cleaned? 15% off. You want to get hit by a train? 15% off. No, that's not in the list. You want your grout or tile? You like that?
I did.
All right. Anything, any service that Zero Res provides is 15% off during the month of June. Hurry up. Don't miss this sale. So if you got stained carpets, if your air ducts are filthy and dusty and they need to be cleaned, you got to get it going. You got to get on the phone to Zero Res as quickly as you can before this deal expires. Go to ZeroResTampaBay.com. That's ZeroResTampaBay.com. All right? Carpet cleaning, air duct cleaning, grout, tile, upholstery cleaning, whatever you need, it's 15% off. Mention the MJ Morning Show. Go to their website, get the phone number, and call them up, or you can just book online, ZeroResTampaBay.com, 15% off, and tell them that MJ sent you. Hey, I just had a new air conditioning unit put into my house because I had a busted zone. And I'll tell you what, Plan B AC did a phenomenal job. So you hear me talk about Plan B air conditioning. Now they've done work at my house, and they did a fantastic job. Now, typically, most people just need a repair. And we're starting to get these heat dome type days. We're getting the temperatures are jamming up. We've had a hot spring, and the spring's not even over yet. Summer, I'm sure, is going to be brutal. When your air conditioning fails, you call Plan B Air Conditioning. 813-PLAN-BAC. You'll get a great price. You'll get prompt service. You'll get honesty. See, that's crucial. You're not going to get jammed up good. You're not going to get screwed around. They're not going to make up crap because most people don't know, what's wrong with the air conditioner. They can tell you anything and charge you anything. No, get a fair deal. Get honest work. If they can't fix your system, they'll give you a $500 better deal than any other AC company in town. So they'll beat any other air conditioning company by at least $500. For service, sales, you want Plan B Air Conditioning. You mention me, MJ, they'll give you 10% off. 10% off when you mention me, MJ. PlanBAirConditioning.com, 813-PLAN-BAC. Let me give you another very important piece of information, and that is don't get hosed. Don't get screwed over by a bad moving company, and they are everywhere. If you want a picture-perfect, phenomenal, honest move, you want Two College Brothers Moving and Storage. TwoCollegeBrothers.com. You can either do the number 2, collegebrothers.com, or you can spell it out, TWO. It's twocollegebrothers.com. You're going to get a phenomenal move. You'll get a great price. They're not going to mess around with the price and try to change it mid-move or try to charge you more. Nope, they'll give you a price, and that's the price. You're going to get a phenomenal professional move. Everyone's background checked to the hilt there. They're going to wrap your furniture in blankets. They're going to handle everything like it's their own family's stuff. If you want a perfect move, you want to call twocollegebrothers.com. They've got over 1,100 five-star reviews. Twocollegebrothers.com. Mention me, MJ. They'll give you free moving boxes. Twocollegebrothers.com, the smartest move you'll ever make. At 7:25, the MJ Morning Show returns in minutes.
We have an accident on the Veterans Expressway southbound that ended...
we go. 7:29 at the MJ Morning Show. 1 hour and 20 minutes of nonstop MJ starts right now. And we start first, though, with some breaking news. Andrew just handed this to me. Hey, Michelle, what airline did I say that I was not going to fly to Fort Lauderdale to visit my parents? What airline did I say I was not going to fly?
Platinum.
No.
Gold.
No.
Bronze.
Nope. Keep going.
Silver.
Copper.
Silver.
That's all I
Airlines?
really know.
Yeah, silver.
Yeah, are they the pink planes?
Silver,
I
pink
don't know.
planes. Yeah. So they or a pinkish with I think flamingo. Yeah, Silver Airways has canceled every single flight. Silver Airways is telling customers, do not show up to the airport. Apparently, they are done. Listen, we had indicators that Silver was in trouble. Listen, they filed for bankruptcy. And recently, a couple of months ago, Orlando threw them out. They owed the Orlando airport just a fortune in landing fees. And they hadn't paid their bills, like gate rental and landing fees. And apparently they hadn't paid. The Hollywood, Florida-based Silver Airways, you have Spirit's in Hollywood essentially too. Spirit's based in Dania, which is, just, one click up from Hollywood.
It's really fascinating stuff.
Silver Airways announced this morning that it's ceasing operations, immediately canceling all upcoming flights. Hub here in Tampa, they filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy back in December. At the time, Silver Airways promised to continue normal operations, but some flights were abruptly canceled as far back as March. Remember, it was whose friend was it that came?
Julian's friend came about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, Julian's friend, she came to town and hung out with us for a day, and then we were taking her to the airport to go catch a Silver Airways flight to Fort Lauderdale, and they canceled her flight.
Well, she didn't know it. Like, she had tried to check in, and she's not from Florida. She's from up north, so she wasn't really following the story. Neither were her parents. Yep. And so it was so weird because she had tried to check in, and it wouldn't let her check in, but that didn't trigger any alarms with them because they just were unfamiliar with the airline. And so then we were sitting there, and I said, wait a minute, what airline are you on? And she said Silver Airways, and I go, oh, your flight's been canceled. And then we had to quickly, scramble and try to find her something else. But they alerted her like really close in time to the flight time that the flight was canceled, not any time before that.
Then the subsequent flights later in the day from Tampa to Fort Lauderdale were also canceled.
Yeah.
So if you're holding a Spirit Airlines ticket...
Silver Airlines ticket.
What'd I say?
Spirit.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Silver Airlines. Silver Airways.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Spirit's fine. Spirit also filed for bankruptcy, but they've emerged.
Yeah.
But Silver has not. So, correction, if you have a Silver Airways ticket, they're done.
Yeah, Silver sure turned to brown pretty fast.
So Silver is telling passengers, don't even go to the airport. Forget it. All flights are canceled effective immediately. They fly like Tampa to Pensacola, Fort Lauderdale. You've got the flights to the Bahamas.
So from Tampa, they only fly Fort Lauderdale, Key West, and Pensacola.
Okay.
And then you have to connect from Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah, to Freeport, Bimini, Marsh Harbor, Great Exuma. So they're done. So Silver Airways is over. Breaking news on the MJ Morning Show here on Q105. All right, the Diddy story in a minute. Michelle, get your Diddy trial pile ready because I'll have you after I tell you what I learned. I learned what Diddy's favorite TV show is from the trial yesterday, the Diddy trial in New York. So what is Diddy's favorite TV show? We'll tell you in just a matter of minutes. Fester, you're saying that something falling off a shelf at Costco is a dream for you?
I mean, it depends what it is, but yeah, I'm not a...
What if it's like a refrigerator?
Oh, man, do I get hit on the head with it, or do I get, clipped in the arm with it?
What if it's like a giant pallet filled with massive cans of baked beans? Weighs like 800 pounds. That'll crush you like a bug.
What if it was like those 30-pound bags of rice? I would go for that. I gotta fight them off. I could fight off a couple of them.
A pallet of 30-pound bags of rice?
Not like the whole pallet falling at once.
That's a 1,000-pound pallet at least.
Like the shrink wrap cracks and like they fall off one at a time.
No.
And like one clips my arm and I'm like, ah! And then another one I'm like, I punch it. Like, ah, like the Hulk. And it bursts open.
A psychotherapist, what?
Well, the rice is falling, and I'm like, Hulk smash.
Quick! If the rice is falling, quick, get your waterlogged cell phone out.
Oh, I'll call MJ with my, MJ, quick, drop off a Zojirushi. I wish I could win one this year.
So they don't have the rice I want at Costco.
Damn it.
I want Japanese-grown Koshi Hikari sticky rice.
We got your rice.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no rice from Costco. No rice, Costco.
We must talk. I saw you in Costco. You know by rice.
So a psychotherapist from California is suing Costco for $14 million. A liquor cabinet fell on her.
That's okay.
Yeah, was she in the liquor side? Because a lot of Costco's have like the liquor store adjacent.
No. Like they have like a furniture aisle too. So if it's a liquor cabinet, it must be like a hutch.
All right, so lady is suing Costco for more than $14 million after a cabinet allegedly fell on top of her in the store, caused a traumatic brain injury.
Yeah.
Sadie Novotny was walking down a Costco store aisle back in March when a heavy liquor cabinet fell and pinned her to the ground. Yeah, the woman out in California, Bay Area, San Francisco, she says that the large cabinet had thin legs and was balanced precariously on a worn and inadequate wooden pallet in a store in Santa Rosa.
Hold on. Did it fall from height? Because
I don't know.
My scenario, something falls off the rack that's in storage.
She says it was on a pallet with thin legs. It was precarious.
It was in the display area. It was on the ground, and it just tipped on her.
I never pay attention. There's like certain items at Costco that I just don't pay attention to, like lawn and garden stuff or hardware stuff.
Okay.
Like power tools.
Okay.
Furniture, like mattresses. I walk right by that crap. It's like I'm going for the. I'm going for the food or...
Somebody sent me a message after you said you were looking for an outdoor freezer or refrigerator.
Yeah.
And that Costco.
No. We're looking for a garage.
Same thing.
Not out. It's not the same thing.
It's
Outdoor.
not in a house.
I think it's the same thing.
Outdoor is like I want to put the freezer fridge in my yard.
Okay, fine. You don't live in the sticks where you have outdoor appliances. A garage refrigerator freezer. Yeah. But somebody said that Costco is a great place to buy it from because they deliver and they hook up the hoses and they don't.
I don't need hoses hooked up. I don't. No,
you have a water line going to it.
No, I don't want. We're not buying. We need a garage fridge freezer, and you got to get one that's like garage certified that can handle the hotter ambient temperatures. But I'm not having an ice maker in my garage. I just want to. We need the extra space for like all the ice cream I make and.
That's what we need, Fester. We need the extra freezer space for all the ice cream he makes. That's literally it. I swear.
And my Hawaiian shave ice blocks that I make for my Fuji Marca shave ice machine.
On a completely different note, I'm so glad to hear you wanting to invest in a garage freezer because of a completely unrelated thing that came to me about 3 months ago.
Yeah, what's that?
You want to go in and buy a cow, like a side of beef with me?
No.
Like there's these like
what? A guy in a white pickup truck at a gas station parking lot?
Nothing like that.
With a freezer in the back?
Knocking on doors. I'm like, I have some left over. Nothing like that.
Yeah.
No, there's like a couple of fields out like in Polk County that raise really, really high quality beef.
Yeah. Who's certifying the beef? Is it like USDA Choice? Is it USDA Prime?
Like Prime, that's good stuff.
Hold on. Hold on. Is it certified by
USDA Prime side of beef?
Yeah.
Like Florida. Let me find it. A guy came up to me and said, "Oh yeah."
Hold on. A guy came up to you and said, "You want to buy a side of beef?"
I met him through a couple of mutual friends. I'm like, "What do you do?" He's like, "Oh, I raise cattle." I'm like, "Oh," and I made a couple of bestiality jokes, which he did not laugh at. And then he's like, "You ever think about buying a side of beef?" And I'm like, "I'm into it. I'm into it." And he's like, "It's a lot of meat."
I don't need a side of beef. I love a great steak, but I only eat a burger or a steak like once a month. No, I don't want to go in with you on a side of beef.
I think that's the wrong decision.
Okay, you go ahead and you stick with that thought then. That's fine. Anyway, so this woman is seeking like $14 million. This item fell on her at Costco.
It sounds like it just tipped on her. It didn't like fall from like 20 feet
Listen,
high.
she's got brain injury. She's seeking about $5 million for pain and suffering and inconvenience, $5 million for emotional distress, $100,000 for medical expenses, loss of earnings, and $4 million for future medical expenses. Yeah, the 46-year-old works in private practice as a psychotherapist specializing in marriage and family counseling, and apparently her brain's all messed up. She can't work now.
What's a brain injury? Like if I fall backwards and hit my head on the concrete floor of Costco or Sam's Club and get a concussion, that's a brain injury. But there's also very debilitating brain injuries, which are completely life-changing and totally traumatic. I'll take a concussion for $14 million.
You'll take a traumatic brain injury for $14 million?
I'll take a concussion.
Like suddenly you're going and you're drooling?
No, I think there's a broad spectrum of brain injuries.
All right, so
I'll take a lighter one.
You have a level of acceptable brain injuries for the payout that you would go for.
I think I'll take a concussion for $14 mil.
I'll take a concussion for $14 mil, Jack, like a game show or something.
I don't think a concussion is going to get you $14 million faster.
Well, that's what this is.
She has more injuries.
She's using the broad term of brain injury.
Who's the new guy on Jeopardy?
Alex.
Alex died, dude.
Ken Jennings.
Yes.
Ken Jennings. Yeah. Yeah, Ken, I'll take brain injuries for $14 million, please. All right, coming up at 8 o'clock, I'm going to call Julian. You got to hear this story. You ever wonder when the police or like the FBI, if they raid a house, you ever wonder about all the damage that's done and who pays for the damage?
Yeah.
Julian's girlfriend's father has rental homes, and the FBI raided one of the rental homes with some bad tenants. You got to hear this story. So Julian, my son, and I've got audio from the raid because they had Ring cameras at the house. So FBI! And they rammed the whole house with one of those like police tanks.
Oh my gosh.
Right, hang on. You got to hear this story. It's happening at 8 o'clock this morning. So 20 minutes away, 19 minutes away here on the MJ Morning Show. It's crazy. And you'll have your question answered. Who pays for the damage? So stand by on that. I asked a few minutes ago, do you know what Diddy's favorite TV show is?
All right. His favorite TV show. I have a question. Favorite TV show in prison or favorite TV show when he was a free man? Because I bet you he doesn't have cable in the lockup. So what is it? Is it the favorite TV show while he's in lockup? Because they can watch TV in jail.
It might be both. So I believe that it was his favorite show prior to his arrest.
Is it currently on TV or is it like in reruns?
It is currently on TV. So this is the best thing I learned from the Diddy trial yesterday. Diddy's favorite TV show has been revealed. And this is what's ironic. He's kind of now starring in this TV show.
Is it like Law and Order?
Nope. It is not Law and Order.
Is it Blue Bloods?
CBS canceled that. It's not Blue Bloods.
Okay, I don't know this. I don't watch TV
Nope.
like that anymore.
Let me give you a hint.
Is it CSI?
Nope.
Oh, we've got a lot of baby oil in the scene. Call a CSI, swabs out.
It is not CSI. No.
Okay.
You want me to give you a little audio hint?
I would love a hint.
All right, I'm going to give you an audio blurb. This is the theme for the show. Diddy's favorite show. I'm going to give you a little bit of a blurb. That's all you get. A little blurb. I'll give it to you one more time. Here we go.
What?
Do you know what that is?
That sounds like Hail to the Chief or something.
Diddy's favorite show is... Tonight. Baby oil.
Is it the news?
Lots of lube.
His favorite show is the news?
No, what show is this? Come on, listen to the music.
Is that ABC World News?
No, it's not ABC World
That's what
News.
It sounds like.
No. Huh, no, you don't know this music?
I have no idea what that
All right,
is.
how about the closer? Hold on. Do you know it now? Hang on a sec. Here come the GEC notes. Here we go.
Is it Dateline?
Yes. Great job, everybody. We'll see you back here on Friday night.
I had no idea that was the theme to Dateline.
What?
I don't think I've ever placed a theme with Dateline. It always starts with the voiceover. Tonight on Dateline, the baby oil bandit.
Oh, that's so good, Fester.
From rap mogul to incarcerated in the federal penitentiary.
So I have not seen Dateline in a long time. Do they still run this music?
I don't associate a musical theme with Dateline. I mean, I'm sure it has it.
What do you mean? That was the Dateline music. If I hadn't seen Dateline in 25 years, the minute that I hear this music, I'm like, that's Dateline. I'm thinking back to Jane Pauley and Stone Phillips. You know?
Okay, I didn't know that Dateline was even still on TV.
Oh, yeah.
Except for Lester Holt said he's doing that now instead of the news.
Dateline's still on.
So
That's the only reason I knew it was on. We have not watched it in 20 years.
So Lester Holt, he retired from NBC Nightly News.
Or was pushed out.
Well, who knows? So Tom Yamas is now the NBC Nightly News anchor, and Dateline is now being hosted. I guess Lester was doing Dateline.
He was doing Dateline.
Now he's doing Dateline exclusively and no NBC Nightly News. So Diddy,
and that's the easiest job in broadcasting, by the way.
Dateline?
The Dateline. You just do a couple of VOs, walking in, and now back to our story of the baby oil bandit.
yeah.
I love that. That's so good.
Sean Diddy Combs is now like the subject of his favorite TV show. He used to watch Dateline marathons because don't some of the cable channels run like old Datelines over and over again?
So those law and crime type channels,
right.
when they're not doing fresh stuff during
They'll run
the
like
day,
Dateline Investigations or these
back to back.
Dateline stories. So I don't know what channel runs old Datelines, but apparently we found out during the trial that after the freak-off marathon sessions that he used to just watch Dateline episodes. So after the baby oil and the lube all over the place, he would lie in bed and just watch episode after episode after episode of Dateline. And he would ask the question, I wonder if Stone Phillips would like to come to one of my freak-offs. No,
Where is Stone Phillips now?
I don't know. Where the hell is Stone Phillips?
Oh, my gosh. That's a mystery that Dateline should solve.
Where's Stone Phillips on the next Dateline on NBC?
You know Diddy got finished watching some of those Chris Hansen To Catch a Predators, and he's like, listen, if this MFer ever comes anywhere near us, you run away.
Chris Hansen would be... So, Diddy, why did you bring the case of lube and the Four Locos?
And the Astroglide.
And the Astroglide.
What are these pills on the baggie?
And why do you have a trunk full of baby oil? I'm Keith Morrison.
He's not the
I'm sorry.
He's not the Catch a Predator guy.
Chris Hansen
is.
That's right, Chris Hansen.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I confused my...
And then Dateline has that one fat reporter who's like, so you mean to tell me you didn't know that all this was illegal?
Who's that?
He's like the chubbier guy. He has kind of a whinier voice.
Yeah, who is that?
I don't know. You know what I'm talking about, though?
Yeah, your impression sounds very familiar.
I don't think he works for that anymore. I think he's gone.
I don't know.
Right.
But these episodes stand the time. Because here's the thing about Dateline. If they do a murder mystery from 2003, it's still pretty interesting. I watch murder, like these forensic file type shows.
Oh, I love that.
Do you know how many forensic file? Dude, I met a couple of guys from out of town who were visiting locally, visiting us here in Tampa.
Yep.
And they were like, I'm so excited to be here in Tampa. You have no idea how many episodes of Forensic Files are in Hillsborough County.
Really?
And they know locations by like episodes of Forensic Files. They saw, oh yeah, that's where Oba Chandler took his boat off the ramp. I saw that episode of Forensic Files.
I want to visit the spooky ranch-style house in Plant City.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the fat guy. I don't know
What's his name?
Josh Mankiewicz?
Oh, he's. I think is he still there?
I don't know.
No, I think he is. Josh Mankiewicz.
Ask
Yeah.
Diddy.
Josh Mankiewicz. Yeah,
Says he's there since 1995, and Keith Morrison since 1995.
Keith Morrison, who was the father-in-law of
Matthew
the.
Perry.
No, not the father-in-law.
What was he?
Stepfather.
Oh, you just can't separate those two in your brain.
I'm sorry.
He was the stepfather of Matthew Perry.
Yes.
I'm Keith Morrison. Tonight my stepson, who was on ketamine and drowned in the pool. You might remember him from the TV show Friends. Matthew Perry no longer has friends.
Or he has a lot.
Yeah.
Depends on what you believe.
So this is what came out of the trial yesterday.
Well, yeah, so the big thing yesterday was that he likes Dateline.
Well, let me read you this little blurb here. Sean Diddy Combs has become the subject of his favorite show, Dateline, which he used to watch after marathon freak-offs while being tucked into bed by his ex-girlfriend, Jane. And Jane is the pseudonym for this victim that's testifying against him. What was his favorite show? Combs' defense attorney asked Tenny Garagos, asked Jane yesterday morning, and she said Dateline. Yeah, testifying against him as a government witness. After the freak-offs or hotel nights where the rap mogul would watch Jane have sex with escorts, male gigolos, Jane would rub his feet and put on the NBC true crime show to help him sleep. and Sean Combs is now the subject of the latest Dateline episode, Sean Combs on Trial, which ran recently on Dateline. Tonight, baby oil and lube. Yeah, anyway. So now we know what Diddy's favorite TV show is. Dateline NBC.
That's great.
Michelle, did you have any other...
Oh, just a little bit.
All right,
Couple
so,
things.
quickly, you need a minute?
Maybe a minute and a half.
All right.
All right,
Ladies
so
and gentlemen, it's time now for my wife and lawyer's recap of the latest in the federal Diddy trial in New York.
is your intro chewing up my time?
No, you get fresh time.
Okay.
Anyway, your clock
all right,
starts
so
now.
we talked about this last week where he was warned not to be very, vigorous in his nodding or agreement with what's going on in the courtroom. He was caught doing that again yesterday.
Well, hold on. The judge said that if he was caught, nodding and agreeing, if he was caught with all kinds of body motions in order to potentially influence the jurors, the judge said that they were going to throw him out of the courtroom.
Well, he was caught, but not by the judge and not by the prosecution yesterday doing this very thing while Jane testified about giving him foot rubs and baths when she was nursing him back to health after their very grueling sexual escapades with male escorts.
What about watching Dateline?
I think that's probably what soothed him or calmed him down.
When Jane said he loved to watch Dateline, NBC, he didn't nod vigorously? No?
No. He didn't look at the jury this time, so I don't know. The judge didn't see him. The prosecution didn't see him.
Right.
So unless somebody's there to report it, he's not going to get busted on it. This Jane thought that he was jaundiced and that he was she thought that he needed rehab, and he was very indignant about that. He does not need rehab.
No,
but
let me say something.
Yeah.
I think of white people getting jaundiced. I don't do...
Well, she said his gums were gray, probably
right.
from drug use. She felt his hands were shaky, probably from overconsumption of alcohol.
Listen, this is a fair question. Can you tell jaundice on a black person? I mean, white people... I
think it also maybe affects your eye color as well, the whites of your eyes. It's not just your skin color.
All right.
Right?
Yeah, maybe.
So I think there are other symptoms that go along with it.
All right.
It's yellow buildup in your body, in your blood, so anybody can get it.
So the other thing that happened yesterday was the judge denied the prosecution.
Oh, wait, Festa's got jaundice. Oh, no, that's just mustard all over the front of his shirt.
It's French's mustard, but yes.
All right, go.
Not Grey Poupon?
No. What else, Michelle?
So yesterday they're claiming it was a win for the defense, for Diddy's defense, because the judge blocked the prosecution from recalling Dawn Hughes back to the witness stand. She was the psychologist who testifies on behalf of all of these victims. She testified in the Amber Heard trial for Amber Heard. But when she was up on the stand with the Diddy case, they did elicit from her that she makes more money testifying in trial than she does in her clinical practice.
Wow.
And she never evaluates offenders. And so this is the weird thing. She was testifying in this case as a blind witness, unaware of which side had hired her.
How does that happen?
I'm not sure. When I read that, I was like, well, let me see. I've got a couple of clues here. You never testify for the men accused of these crimes, and you always testify for the victims about how victimized they are and how that occurs, but you don't know which side hired you for this case.
That's weird.
I think it's kind of weird. But keep in mind, she also never evaluated any of these witnesses.
Right.
Probably the most interesting little tidbit that's
Is this the
dropped
last
yesterday.
item?
This last item.
All right, the most interesting thing from the Diddy trial? Hold on. More interesting than Diddy loving Dateline NBC? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so this latest victim, or the woman who took the stand, Jane, she had to research what was going on within the relationship, and she diagnosed or described Diddy as being a cuckold.
Oh, yeah.
And she had to go look it up, and she said...
Like Bubba the Love Sponge?
I think that's out there.
No,
she did it. So she was trying to research because, she did love him. That's the thing. Like, he was using her love as a coercive, way to get her to continue to participate in his shenanigans. So she was trying to do a deep dive for all the reason why cucks derive so much pleasure watching their woman be with other men. And she said, it has a lot to do because of their bi-curiosity, that they're too ashamed to experience themselves. So they use the woman in the venture or to venture out into this curiosity so that they can watch the woman being with the man and sort of actually, I guess, think about it for themselves.
Because wasn't Bubba accused of...
I thought cucks had to be in the room. And I thought he was just watching videos.
Allegedly, right? Allegedly, wasn't that was tossed around, right?
That's
right?
Allegedly.
Yeah, that's with the whole Hulk Hogan tape, right?
I just wanted to drop off my damn DoorDash on time. Just don't eat my fries, Bubba.
All right, so
that's it for yesterday.
Thank you very much, Michelle.
All right,
Disney.
that's a lot of information.
It is. That was
a lot.
It was. All right,
that was educational for a lot of people, Michelle. Wow.
Hey, Andrew.
Let's talk about Disney now. Yeah, let's talk about the kids'
That's a great transition
from
Diddy
to Disney. From Diddy to Disney.
Do you think if you're a cuck, are you welcome at Disney?
I think everybody's welcome at Disney.
I mean,
Andrew is our producer on the show.
Yes.
Andrew is a Disney adult freak boy. All right.
All right. Why do you say it like
I
that?
know. Come on.
Well, because
he likes what he likes.
He's not smuggling in baby oil.
He's a few years younger than me.
He's not a cuck.
And
I mean, come on.
He's a Mickey cuck.
No. Stop it.
You wouldn't watch that.
All right. So, Andrew, are you aware of what allegedly Disney is checking for on kids?
Yes.
How do you know this?
He knows.
How do you know that? Did this come up as one of your Disney story alerts?
It may have.
When did you find out about this?
I couldn't say.
Well, was it an hour ago? Was it yesterday? Was it a week ago? Was it a month ago?
It was certainly before today.
I think that for someone of Andrew's Disney knowledge, it's probably just common knowledge for him. Like, he's just always known it.
Have you known this for 2 years?
I don't know about that.
Listen to this.
All right.
What's feeding back in your room? Was your
My headphones.
first day on the job?
I had them too high.
All right. So, shocked parent discovers how Disney World subtly checks kids for lice.
At the Bibbidi Bobbidi Boutique.
That's correct. How do you know about you go to the Bibbidi Bobbidi Boutique to get?
No, I don't. I've never been to it, actually.
I'd be very concerned if you went there, to be quite honest.
They used to do the little boys, too, little pirate things for them.
They do. So, apparently, at the Bibbidi Boppity Boutique, the workers there are trained to look in the kids' heads for lice?
How much training do they need? I used to have a teacher do that with a ruler. Remember?
What?
Remember they used to look at you. You never got lice checks in public school?
I've had lice twice.
Yeah. So in school we got scoliosis checked and lice checked.
Do they still do that?
And I think I had a rectal probe in 3rd grade.
I was at the Catholic school. I don't know that my kids get checked for lice at school.
I had a pinworm check.
Okay.
Use this ointment here, son. All right. But yeah, the Bibbidi Bobbidi Boutique is where like little typically little girls have like a princess
it's
makeover.
it's a princess experience.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah.
Did Chloe ever go to the Bippity Boppity Boutique?
That doesn't sound like it was available.
I don't think that was available 20-something years ago.
We talked about doing it for Hadley.
Yeah.
And we've gone to, Disney Springs, Disney World. But here's the thing. The little girls, look so miserable coming out of it because they're all in full makeup. Their hair's pulled back tight.
Yeah.
They're in this awkward dress, and it just didn't look like a fun experience to her after the fact. And she's like, I'm out.
Their hair's pulled back. Their faces are all taut like Laura Ingraham.
Yeah.
Just
pulled tight.
Hadley's so intuitive.
Yeah, she's like that.
So a parent posted a video online, and it's gone viral, about folks that staff the Bippity Boppity Boutique. And the mom captioned the video. I didn't even realize they were doing this until I watched the video, literally making every moment magical, even while checking for lice at the Bippity Boppity Boutique. So when they're doing your kid's hair, apparently they're checking for like lice and nits and all that stuff.
You know the crazy thing?
What?
Back in medieval times, they all had lice. It would actually make the experience more authentic if they gave your kid lice.
So you're saying when I watch like Game of Thrones or House of the Dragon,
they've all got mites and rickets
and crabs?
Yeah, all of them.
Oh.
All of them.
Stop.
A lot of itching crotches.
In the video, the staff are dressed as a character, as a fairy godmother kneels behind a little girl and begins parting her hair to check for any signs of lice.
That's what I meant when I said the ruler. Remember, they would like part your hair with a ruler and then look on like your headline to see if you had eggs.
While doing so, the employee is chatting with the toddler, who's oblivious that her head is being inspected. Wow. Something Disney is known for offering to young guests, like Rapunzel's hair, is the ability to get the princess or knight makeover. Includes getting their hair and makeup done at the Bippity Boppity Boutique in the Magic Kingdom. That's incredible. I didn't know that.
Oh, my gosh.
And Andrew knew all about it. See, I can't get anything Disney past Andrew, our man-boy Disney freak producer.
There's nothing boy about him. He's a grown-ass man.
The princess signature dress package,
Yeah.
the one that Fester was referring to,
Yep.
starts at $450.
Are you serious?
Yep. They get a dress. They get a
tiara.
A tiara. And
Hairstyling?
Yeah.
You know it never came to fruition. Remember our buddy Ari?
Yeah.
Ari, longtime friend of ours, and he was one of the park managers at Disney. And it was really cool. When he worked at Disney, he'd like meet us at the gate.
Yeah.
And he would like take us through the park, and we would, get to go in the back door. Not even like cut the line up front. We'd go to a back door. And
we
then,
need some new friends like that,
Yeah.
by the way. So call in anybody.
But Ari does not work for Disney anymore. But I just heard from him. He was just in town. He does consulting work or something.
Oh.
But he used to be a big Disney manager. And it was great knowing him when like Chloe was like 3 and 4, 5 years old.
Yeah.
That made Disney trips really, really easy. There was one thing he was trying to hook up, and I think he left before, like he took a new job before he could arrange it. But do you remember that there was the possibility that we were going to spend the night inside the castle?
Oh, yeah. Spend the night inside the princess castle.
Yeah.
Cinderella's castle.
So
yeah.
they're I don't know if they still do it, but it's I think it's very expensive, and I think it's very, very limited. I don't know if they do it.
We've outgrown that.
Oh, they don't. Okay. Andrew is telling me they don't sell it.
Yeah.
I thought maybe they did at one. Maybe they don't. But there was the possibility that they do have like a special like suite, a hotel room, like a private room in the castle that's, I guess, very, very limited on who gets to stay there. And I think we were this close to actually staying there, and it didn't come to fruition, but that would have been really cool. All right, it's 8:02 at the MJ Morning Show. I got to call Julian because, man, this is crazy. Hang on. Call Julian.
I haven't heard about this, so this is new.
Oh, you haven't heard this? Oh, okay. All right, calling Julian. Oh, wait a second. I misdialed. Hold on.
Do you know your son's phone
My
number?
finger hit the 7 instead of something else. So hang on a minute. Yes, I do know his number. 813. All right, here we go. No, I slipped, my finger slipped off the number I intended, and I hit a different digit. All right, this
Good
story.
morning.
Hey, good morning, Julian.
Hello.
All right, the offspring of Michelle and myself, Julian, my son. But Julian, you're about to turn 21.
Yes, true.
This is unbelievable. On July 4th, in like 3.5 weeks or whatever the hell it is, Julian is going to be 20 freaking 1. You know what that means?
We're all going out to Ybor and getting hammered.
No,
Oh.
it means you
Okay.
can. It means that you can trade
Go out
in
to Ybor
your.
and get hammered.
You can trade in your vertical license for a horizontal license.
Fester, do they still have that place down there in
True.
Ybor called the Castle?
Yeah, they saw the castle down in
Oh
Ybor.
my
Let's
gosh.
take the boy.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's
That'll be
teach him a thing
fun.
or two.
All right, so Julian, you got to tell this story. This is nuts. So, folks, you ever wonder if there's a police raid, whether it's local cop, sheriff's office, a federal agency, if they raid a house,
When they bash in the door,
Oh,
they yell,
man.
police,
They're-
kicking everything, tossing
Yeah.
everything.
battering ram, I mean, SWAT gear, flash bangs, all kind. You ever wonder? I mean, they damage a place sometimes. I mean, sometimes that place gets effed up. You know, at least the door is kicked in. So you ever wonder who pays for this stuff? You know, who pays for the damage? Well, guess what? Julian's got a firsthand account because Julian's girlfriend's father in the Houston area in Texas, he owns rental properties. And this is not his fault. One of his tenants was the subject of an FBI raid. Now, I got to believe that whoever's responsible for damage, I'm guessing that's varied. So if you're the homeowner and, you know, you've committed a crime and they're making an arrest and they're making a move on you, I'm guessing that if you're the homeowner and you're a criminal, maybe law enforcement doesn't have to pay. But in this case, Julian's girlfriend's father owns rental properties. He had some tenants. And Julian, they were apparently under investigation and finally arrested for some kind of human trafficking?
Yeah, I think they were illegally, obviously smuggling people in, and so, but then they would hold them for ransom, and have the family pay from the other side of the border to let them go.
All right, wait a minute,
And
wait, hold on. So they were smuggling people from Mexico into Texas and then holding
Correct.
them in this house and then
For ransom.
demanding extra money from the family in Mexico to let them out?
Correct.
Holy
So
crap, what a racket that is.
The family in Mexico did what they could do, and they called the FBI and told them.
Mm.
So you're paying to get smuggled into the country. Then their daughter, I believe, gets held for ransom.
Held
They call
hostage.
The FBI
Right?
held hostage. Yeah. So they call the FBI. They tell them, and then my girlfriend's dad gets an email from like an FBI address, and he thought it was like a scam at first, and then he said, "Do you mind hopping on a call?" So then he's on a call with two head district people.
Like from the FBI field office in Houston or something.
Correct. And so then they tell him about what's going on, and
Now, did they tell him before the raid or after the raid?
I think they told him a little bit of the detail before and then a lot after, but sooner rather than later, there's two of the armored SWAT breaching trucks, flashbangs. They're breaking all the windows.
They have the FBI armored, tank-like Lenco police. They have a battering ram on the front of the vehicle. And so your girlfriend's father's surveillance cameras at the house recorded all of this, right?
Yeah, it's the Nest cameras.
They recorded the FBI raid, and Julian got the video, right? Listen to the
Yeah.
audio, and you can hear the booms and glass smashing, and
wow.
the FBI's on the speaker. So they're raiding this home, this rental home where Julian's girlfriend's father owns this place with some really bad human trafficking, Mexican kidnapping smugglers inside the house. Listen to what the Nest camera recorded.
FBI, do not move! Do not move!
there smashing windows,
Go to the back.
dog barking. That's like any Cops episode.
This is the FBI. 4309 Harvey. Occupants, come to the front door. Ensure hands are clearly visible.
You hear the smashing? Just bashing everything. FBI, come to the front door. Make sure your hands are visible. I mean, this audio is unbelievable. All right, so that's what happened at Julian's girlfriend's father's rental property.
Wow.
They wreck the place, smashing in windows and doors. They've got the Lenco police tank, with FBI written on the side with a battering ram bashing in the front door.
Oh, man.
All right, so there's a lot of damage to the house.
Absolutely.
So the question is, who pays for all the damage? I mean, does it come out of the security deposit?
I mean, they're not going to get it back, right?
No,
I mean, the security deposit's long gone.
They're not going to get the security deposit back. So, Julian, what did you learn?
So I learned that now this took place over a year ago.
It was like April of 24, right?
Yes, correct. So this took place last year in April, and he just got reimbursed yesterday.
The FBI sent him a check.
How much?
Oh, wow.
How much was the check, Julian?
$45,000.
What?
He got a $45,000 check from the FBI.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
it. That's probably the damage.
Yeah.
Probably right on the
my
number.
gosh.
Yeah. So, Julian, he had to fill out like a detailed form, and he had to itemize all the damage, right?
Yeah, which I mean sounds like a pain in the butt because, I mean, you're like everything's just destroyed. I mean, and I think he even like had to tear apart like drywall and stuff.
Yeah.
Just,
Yeah,
like,
of course.
And he was out of
everything.
rent. He couldn't rent the place
Yeah.
for
Oh, that's
about
right.
a year.
Oh, lost opportunity
Right.
loss.
Yeah.
Yeah. Opportunity cost loss.
Dude,
Yeah.
what's up with Julian marrying into a slumlord family? I'd be really worried about that.
So you always wondered, man, when the
Yeah.
cops do a raid and there's all this
I
damage,
did, yeah.
who pays? I'm guessing that if you own the place and you're the perp, that you might not get reimbursed. But if it's someone else's property,
Right.
Clearly they got a $45,000 check from the FBI to cover all the damage on the raid.
But also, just what a
I mean, like,
story.
we're talking like every first floor window is smashed in. Like they've got guys covering every exit point on the first floor, and then watching like all the windows on the second to make sure nobody's jumping out. It's just kind of crazy.
I mean, I hear the cash register going ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching
Mm-hmm.
multiple times in this audio bite,
FBI, do not move.
Oh, $500 right there.
Easy.
$500. Hang on a minute. Hang on. Up. Hang on a minute. Up. You got another $500. Yep, right there.
Runner going to the back.
All right. Up. Whoa, that was 1,000. That was $1,000. So $45,000. Isn't that audio dramatic?
It is. And my guess is they acted very quickly with knowing that there might have been, there was a hostage inside, but you don't
Yeah.
know what's happening with that hostage. So
Sure.
this was a probably very quickly organized.
Yeah.
I actually think there were more than just one hostage. So,
Right.
Oh, that's insane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this
Wow.
girlfriend's coming to visit us, right?
She is.
All right. How serious is this girlfriend?
I think pretty serious.
We can
Don't,
we?
don't quiz him on the air like this and put him
Yeah,
on the
why-
spot.
Why not? That's
Come
what
on.
this show's all
Yeah.
about. It's putting
No.
people on the spot. Hey, can we mention her first name?
No,
Why can't we
No.
mention her first name?
because that's rude.
What's wrong?
I need a name like Chet.
Like Chet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, why can't we mention her first name?
No.
How about
'Cause-
Muffy?
No.
Chet and Muffy.
Muffy. Yeah, huh? Buffy, Muffy.
We'll,
Yeah,
we'll
something.
come up with a little nickname for her.
Oh, jeez. All right. Hey, good story, Julian. Thank you.
Hey, of course.
All right.
I'll see you guys later.
All right, goodbye. Hey, I've got a great story out of the Villages News. One of my favorite publications.
Yeah.
The Villages News up in the Villages. You know what the Villages is, right?
Florida's friendliest hometown.
Hang on, let me just
Or is it
check on that.
America's?
Let me check on that. Yeah, you're correct.
Yeah.
The Villages is Florida's friendliest hometown.
I mean, they say it right there in all the commercials.
This is the headline of the day. You ready for this? Villages News. Urinating villager ruins more than $10,000 worth of Spam and Vienna sausages. Say what? What is this? A Mad Libs? What?
Did he just go whizzing on the canned meat aisle?
Are you ready? Yes. Guess where?
Walmart?
You're getting close.
Like a Save-A-Lot or a Target?
No.
Where?
Hold on. Here. Where could you ruin more than 10,000? Do you think there's $10,000 worth of Spam and Vienna sausage inside a Publix or or a Walmart? No.
I mean, a Walmart, maybe if it's fully stocked. Spam isn't cheap.
Listen, a villager ruined more than $10,000 worth of Spam and Vienna sausages
At the warehouse?
by urinating on pallets of products at
Sam's Club.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, they have that whole Spam pallet. I've seen that pallet of Spam, and I look at it, I'm like, how long does it take to go through all of that? Who's eating that much Spam? How many Hawaiians are in the area?
Patrick Francis Mitchell, 70, who lives in the village of Piedmont, was arrested by the Marion County Sheriff's Office this past week at his home. What if they brought in a police tank and smashed in the doors? They charged him with warrants for criminal mischief and disorderly conduct. A woman was in the Sam's Club in Lady Lake the morning of May 30th when the lady shopper spotted Mitchell urinating in aisle 18, according to the affidavit of probable cause from the Lady Lake Police Department. The woman used her cell phone to take a photo of Mitchell, and she showed the photo to store employees. Sam's Club employees, they reviewed the surveillance footage, which clearly showed Mitchell walking up to two pallets, facing the shelf, placed both hands in front of him below the belt line, stood there for several seconds. Behavior consistent with urination. Managers inspected the damage to 188 units of 18-count Vienna sausages
A lot of Vienna
and
sausage.
345 units of 8-count Spam Classic. They concluded that the products had been contaminated with pee,
Okay.
and they would need to throw out the merch. A total value of $10,584.
That's a lot of sausage. A lot of Spam.
Yeah. He used his Sam's Club membership identification card when he entered the store. A detective from the police department used Mitchell's Sam's Club ID and matched it with the store's surveillance imagery. Ultimately, his photograph on his Florida driver license was brought up through DMV, and warrants were issued for his arrest. He bonded out $3,000 bond. Can you imagine? I mean, the headline. A headline, urinating villager ruins more than $10,000 worth of Spam and Vienna sausages. You can't make this crap up.
I mean, you had to have just put the pallet out because it had to have been a full pallet
Right.
of sausage for his sausage.
Holy frig.
All right, so again, dumb question.
Yeah.
Do they just throw the cans away? Or do they like put on like rubber gloves and feed it to like goats?
You know, or you donate it to a homeless shelter.
I mean, how hungry are you?
These Vienna sausages might smell like pee.
It's always the packaging.
Of course
You
it is.
hose it
Yeah,
off. It's, you know, I mean, it's...
Yeah, you hose it off. Maybe use some like some bleach.
Yeah.
Some disinfectant.
Who wants some bleach sausage?
Now, listen, I'm sure the policy, if
Throw it
this
away.
stuff was contaminated, you just toss it. And listen, this dude is going to have to make restitution. This guy's going to have to fork over the $10,584. Yeah, what if he has the Sam's Club cashback card?
Could he put it on the card?
I don't know.
Just charge me for it now.
I don't
think he gets like 2 or 3% back.
Whatever the
I
deal
mean, he gets a check back for $120 at the end of the year.
for
That seems like a
for
deal.
peeing all over the sausages.
That seems like a deal.
I mean, it's just bizarre crap. You know, hey, Florida, baby. All right, 817, rolling up on 818, actually. Guess what Michael's has acquired?
Michael's the craft store?
Yeah, Michael's. Guess what Michael's has acquired? All of Joanne's undergarments.
Yeah, about to say, as
That's what I thought.
Michael
When I
and
saw
Joanne?
when I saw the story that Michael's Arts and Crafts
Yeah.
has completed the acquisition of Joanne's intellectual property. I'm like,
That's code word for doing it.
yeah, how about her unmentionables?
Oh.
I think Michael was all up and through the panties and everything.
So,
I think Michael got the bra, the panties,
Michael,
the the girdles.
how'd your date go with Joanne? Did you acquire her intellectual property?
Look at these lace panties that I got from Joanne. Yeah. The first thing I thought of that
So-
Michael's completes acquisition of Joanne's. I'm like, yeah, all of Joanne's unmentionables.
They're not going to take over every location, are they? I mean, Joanne's is all but out of business.
Now, I guess Joanne, they had certain products that were labeled Joanne that were like favorites. So I think Michael's is going to incorporate certain Joanne's products in Michael's stores. All I thought of was Michael and Joanna sitting. Joanne, right?
Joanna, who the hell is she? Get that hussy out of here.
Remember the old Michael and Joanne sitting in a tree? KISSING. First comes love, then comes marriage, then comes fester in the baby carriage.
Oh, hey now.
Michelle, you don't remember that?
Yes, but what are you in 5th grade?
Yeah, I mean,
No, that was much earlier. That was more like
Oh.
first and second
but
grade.
Oh, my gosh.
It is a very
that was
juvenile,
too late for 5th grade.
very juvenile chant.
I'm regressing.
You are.
Oh, speaking of unmentionables, do you know about the economy and underwear sales? Do you know this indicator?
I tell you what, underwear is not inexpensive for anything above like tidy whitey level stuff. Underwear is
Yeah,
expensive.
it's expensive.
You know,
I hate buying underwear.
Whoa.
What?
I haven't purchased underwear in a while,
Yeah.
but I would buy. See, I got out of the tidy whitey phase. Michelle, did you get me out of the tidy whitey
Yes,
phase?
I
You
did.
were
I-
tidy whitey for a long time.
I was. Oh boy,
when I met you, you were tidy whitey.
I
You were
was
like,
tidy whitey since I came out of diapers.
what's up with this dude?
Yeah,
I know.
I was tidy whitey for just a long freaking time, and then finally, what year did you get me out of tidy whiteys, like the Hanes or the Fruit of the Loom, just the regular tidy whiteys?
Maybe like 2007, 2008.
Yeah,
Right around when Julian graduated from, diapers and his little tidy whities.
Yeah.
And then when he became, like an athletic kind of, running around, we graduated him into those. And I was like, see, if your son wears them,
Yeah.
you should be wearing them.
So Michelle got me into the boxer briefs,
Yeah.
like the Hanes boxer briefs, and the breathable kind of fabric.
Yeah.
And I got to be honest, I can't believe that I wore regular men's tidy whitey briefs for that long.
Dude.
I feel like a total putz. It's like time I can't get back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I can't get that time back. And when I buy, and it's been a while, but because I've got a bunch of them and they just seem to wear pretty well. But I have either the Hanes or the Fruit of the Loom, or I think I've got a couple of Joe boxers, but not many. Just the regular breathable fabric boxer briefs. Fester, exactly what you have on the screen there. Dude, they're not that expensive.
Okay.
Look at this. How many? This is what? Hanes Men's Super Value Pack, assorted, 10-pack, 10 boxer briefs at Walmart.com for $23.98. How's that expensive?
that's like the bare minimum of underwear. So I was at like,
It's $2.40 a pair.
okay, that's fine.
That's
Yeah,
cheap.
right? But then I was at like the Columbia store where
You know what pisses me off,
what
though?
pisses you off?
Why do they put red?
I know.
That's what schmuck
Ugh.
wants to wear red boxer briefs? Because then when you're doing the laundry,
It's terrible.
you can't put the reds in with any because it'll stain. So why do those turds put red boxer briefs in the 10-pack, the 5-pack, the 3-pack?
Idiots.
What's the matter with them?
I would like to buy just all one
I wanna-
color
I
or
wanna-
one color scheme.
Yeah,
I
right,
wanna-
one color.
I want to go to Hanes and I want to throat punch whoever put red in the value pack.
I just don't understand that.
I want to get underwear that's only blue, so everything
Yes.
matches.
No, I don't.
Yes.
I don't want. I want gray. I like gray.
Fester
Oh,
likes blue.
I like gray.
Okay.
I want all gray. Why do I have to have red tossed in with my gray pack?
And it's really challenging then when you send your kid to camp or to boarding school and you have to buy packs of underwear because they have to have like 2 weeks worth of underwear. And when they do the laundry at camp, They just throw everything in all together.
You know what? Do you know how many times at like Camp Ranger, growing up in the Catskills?
Yeah.
Do you know how many times we'd get our laundry back from the laundry company, and all our whites would be pink?
Yeah. That's it. So everything in one big pile.
It happened. I learned that like when I was 7 or 8 years old, that you don't put reds in with the whites.
Now you got a white t-shirt, a pink t-shirt instead of a white t-shirt that you went to camp with.
And like some t-shirts that I loved, and they'd come back pink, and I was pissed off.
Okay, but if you're buying, MJ, if you're buying like the lowest of the low, which I think anything that like Hanes and Walmart that comes in a plastic wrapped pack would qualify as.
Right.
But I went to like the Columbia store and they had boxer briefs there, and they had like a 4-pack, and they had one in fat people sizes. And I'm like, this is great. And it was like $50. And I'm like, what? Get out of here. I'd rather go commando.
Dude, just buy the $23 10-pack from Walmart.
Yeah, that's what people do.
Hello?
But this is the cheapest of the cheap. It's not like it's any kind of luxury product.
I just think that on some of underwear or undergarments, people are just sucked into some of the designer brands, and you're just paying through the waz on that stuff. Anyway, the reason I didn't even get to the reason.
You didn't even get to your point.
What are you talking about?
I got to bring up why I brought this up in the first place.
Underwear economy.
That's what it was. The underwear economy. And did you know that men's underwear sales in many cases are an indication of the economy?
Yep.
And men's underwear sales are down. They're plunging. And it's an indication of, well, the economy is not that strong right now.
I'll make the undies I have last a little longer instead of dropping $25.
So if you want to gauge where the economy is, look at underwear sales. Look at that data. And this is an ABC Action News, our news and our weather partner. Of course, that's why you hear Dennis Phillips, Mr. Suspenders, chief meteorologist at ABC Action News. You hear Dennis Phillips here on the MJ Morning Show whenever we have any kind of tropical activity or whenever the hell I want to have him on.
And I'll tell you right now, Dennis, he hadn't bought new underwear since Hurricane Irma. And that was like in 16 or 17.
He told me that when he does the news, he's got suspenders but no underwear.
Nothing else.
Stop. He did not
That's what he
say
told
that.
me. He told me he's commando.
And if he's sitting behind the desk,
it's
there's
commando
nothing
news.
on.
He told me it's commando news at 11.
That's it.
Yeah. It's commando weather with Dennis Phillips. All right. So they did an interview with Abby Hall.
Oh, she sounds official.
And Abby Hall is an associate professor of economics.
Told you, official.
At the University of Tampa at UT. Right? She says when you're looking for those specific numbers, those would be hard pieces of data that's collected frequently that we can track over time. And if you want to gauge the economy, look at underwear sales. Typical indicators like unemployment rate, inflation rate, GDP, gross domestic product, are important. There are some unusual metrics that may provide insight into the economy, and one is men's underwear sales. Your boyfriend or your husband may not be wearing just holes in his boxers or briefs for fun. Hall says it might actually be an indicator of overall economic health. And according to Hall, the so-called men's underwear index suggests that sales of men's underwear tend to decline during periods of financial uncertainty as men attempt to stretch their dollars further. Even former Federal Reserve Chair Alan Greenspan tracked the underwear index as well.
Yeah, he hadn't worn underwear since the Nixon administration.
I don't think he's used mouthwash since the Nixon
He
administration.
does look like a smelly person, doesn't he?
No, I don't think.
He looks like one.
Oh, isn't Alan Greenspan married to Andrea Mitchell
Yes.
from NBC News?
Yes.
Can you imagine those two French kissing?
Yes. I'll watch anybody French kiss. I don't care.
What's next? Imagine them bumping uglies.
That's exactly what's next.
Another
mean, come on.
another indicator, the baked beans index. How the demand for inexpensive food like baked beans or canned beans rises during tough economic times.
Yeah, sure. Make your dollar go further.
Yep.
Absolutely.
So heads up on the underwear index. It's a real deal.
So I went to Publix, I think last week. I don't think I bought anything that wasn't on BOGO.
Is that right?
Yeah. I mean, I looked at it and like, you know how it says like how much you saved?
mhm.
And it was like almost to the penny, maybe like within 10%
Yeah.
of the total bill.
Is there a
Wow.
There is, because you used to post something on our website. Does Publix publish every single BOGO for the week, or do you have to cruise up and down every aisle and look for the yellow sticker on the shelf?
Back when they forced us to do web posts around here, which was an ill-fated
Until they
campaign.
realized that that's just a waste of time. They've changed the SEO and the web hit crap 90 times.
So Publix is like a trigger word. That's why you see so many stories with like Publix or Trader Joe's in them, because they get more clicks.
Yeah.
This is just like behind the scenes web stuff. So I would do a thing called like the top 5 BOGOs at Publix this week.
Yeah.
And it was like no effort, and I would make somebody else do the writing, but I would take the pictures. And well, Publix has their weekly circular. New BOGOs come out every Thursday. They have an online app that you could check.
Well, that's the thing. I have the app. And so whenever you're going to the grocery store
Right.
and you ask me, like, do I need this? Do I need that? I'll look at it quickly because it will tell you in the app if it's the sale price or the BOGO.
All right, so when the hell is the Coral Reef orange juice going on BOGO?
Never again.
Because that's Michelle's favorite, like, store-bought orange juice. Short of actually squeezing the orange juice yourself, Michelle likes the Coral Reef. And it's a Florida product, obviously. And it's not cheap. It's like $7.79 for a liter.
No orange juices.
Or maybe a little more than a liter. Remember, they used to be half gallons. I mean, we shrinkflation everywhere. 64-ounce like containers. Half gallons of orange juice are now what, like 52 ounces instead of 64, or even like 48 now. But Publix, when is the Coral Reef orange juice going on BOGO? Because I check it all the time, and I haven't seen it on BOGO in a while. It's been a long... Temp Tea goes on BOGO every once in a while. But you have the BOGO, but you also, Fester, you also have like the save $1 or save $2.
So here's the kick in the head. If it's a paper coupon, did you know? And I found this out through a friend who's a cheapskate like myself.
What's that?
If you have a coupon for $1 off a product,
Mm-hmm.
and then you buy one, get one free, you can use $2 off coupons, because Publix doesn't give it to you for free. They give it to you for $0. So you're actually paying $0 for it. So you can, like, let's say something's $5 and it's buy one, get one free, but you have $1 off coupon. Instead of paying $4, you can actually pay $3 by using
really?
$2 off coupons, one for each.
And get the BOGO.
And still get the BOGO, right.
Oh, man.
So
That's
it's like negative
double,
$1.
Like double dipping. Yeah, that's
Just
pretty cool. All right, speaking of underwear,
Yes.
how do we get on the whole BOGO thing?
Economy, beans.
Gotcha.
Just saving money,
gotcha.
making money go further.
All right, so speaking of underwear and the underwear indicator, are you going to go to the Tampa Bay Lightning locker room sale?
You know what?
Do you want Vagisilevsky's jockstrap or something?
He would be the only one I would want. Yeah, I would love to hang. So, what are they going to sell? Like is it like stuff for the common man, or is it just like high end stuff?
It's like old equipment. The Tampa Bay Lightning, and this is to benefit their Lightning Foundation. Sounds like a phenomenal cause.
Absolutely.
They're going to hold their locker room sale this Saturday, June 14th, from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m., and it'll be on the Pepsi porch at Amalie. See, they ought to let you walk through the locker room.
Yeah, just pull it out of their lockers.
Yeah.
Is the season over? Yeah, season's over.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just put all the stuff. Let people walk through the actual locker room. That'd be cool. But it's going to be on the Pepsi porch, and fans will be able to buy used equipment, and some of it's like actual game used equipment.
How much would you pay for a hockey stick?
Nothing. I don't want one.
But how much would
But
you pay?
I
Would you pay
don't. I
$10?
don't want one.
Would you pay $10 for one?
No, I don't want a
15
hockey
bucks?
stick.
What about a puck?
I don't want a. I don't need a puck.
What about a game puck?
I don't need a game puck.
What about what about a puck for the schmuck?
I don't. A schmuck puck.
A schmuck puck.
No, I don't want a puck. I don't want green eggs and ham. I don't want them Sam I am. No, but I realize that there are plenty of people that might want an actual game-used hockey stick, a puck, jersey, whatever. I get it. And it's for a great cause. But me personally, how much would I pay for a hockey stick? Nothing, because I don't want a hockey. I don't need a hockey stick. I mean, I used to play roller hockey. I never played ice hockey, but I played floor hockey and I did roller hockey on skates. And what are you chortling at me for?
I've never seen you put roller skates on.
Yes, you have.
When?
Well,
Maybe
like-
not. Oh, you see me in ice skates. So I can ice skate. So we've gone ice skating. You've never seen me on roller skates?
Yeah.
Yeah, when were you at the Astro skate just
Yeah.
going nuts doing?
I used to, at summer camp, we used to do roller hockey all the time, outdoor and indoor.
I don't believe you.
Didn't
Oh,
you-
yeah, I'm lying about playing roller hockey.
Didn't you used to have rollerblades?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I used
Oh,
to,
he did him like once.
once.
I
Yeah.
Once.
I rollerbladed on Bayshore until I hit an uneven sidewalk, and I flung myself over the balustrade into barnacle-encrusted rocks on the Bayshore.
Yeah.
No, that never happened. But I did hit some uneven.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, screw this.
Now, I'll tell you what. The best piece of advice that I ever got, the most important thing that you can have with rollerblades,
Mm-hmm.
wrist guards.
Oh, I thought you were going to say health insurance.
No. Wrist.
Second.
So I even probably before a helmet. I mean, you should have a helmet, but wrist guards, man.
Yeah, hands go down first.
Oh yeah. You know how many broken wrists have occurred because of people, falling on rollerblades and not having wrist guards? Wrist guards like number one. Helmet is also very important
So
as
have the
well.
Lightning put out any pictures of the stuff they're going to sell, or are they going to make you just go there like it's a yard sale and find out when you get there? If there's good stuff, maybe I'll go. I don't know what I need. Are they selling a Zamboni? Dude, we need a morning show Zamboni. How awesome would that be? We could just ice over the parking lot.
Can that ride like anywhere else, or does it only work on ice?
I think it goes up to like 15 miles an hour. You can take it out on the street, yeah.
Okay. That'd be a fun little ride.
What other morning show has a Zamboni? We could park it in the back next to the Q105 van.
MJ Morning Show
Oh,
Zamboni.
look, look at this Braden Point underwear with skid marks.
Wow. It's a couple of close hits.
I'm kidding. All right, there's no skid mark underwear being said.
All right.
Anyway, it's a very it's a good cause. So was it this Saturday, the 14th?
I mean, they're gonna have like used Gatorade bottles for like $1. I'll go out. I'll pick up a Gatorade bottle and be able to tell people Vagisilevsky used it.
9 a.m. to 2 p.m. The Pepsi Porch at Amelie. Oh, speaking of Amelie, I think hold on to that thought, Michelle. I think I might have seen one of the Amelie family members driving around.
Whoa, one of the oil tankers? I mean, what were
No,
they doing?
not like in an oil truck.
Well, like
But
in a Rolls Royce SUV? What were they
Well,
doing?
hey, you're pretty freaking close.
Okay.
So, Amelie Oil, it's based in Tampa.
Right.
The Amelie Oil folks are in Tampa. I'm on West Shore near Kennedy, where, I live in Beach Park.
Right.
I saw like a Bentley, a black Bentley, and the license plate said Amelie on it. I'm like, all right, Bentley with Amelie on it? That's got to be one of the really rich Amelie family members. You know what? They've never invited me to the owner's box.
Well, they're not the owners.
No, but I'm talking about but their name is on the arena, so they own Amelie,
No.
and the arena is named after them.
Oh, I see what you're
So
saying.
I've never been invited. Yeah, they don't own the Lightning, but they pay for the naming rights for the arena.
Why
so
would they want to invite you?
Yeah.
Just talk their ear
Listen,
off, be annoying,
I'm
judge
sure-
the food.
I can't believe the Amelie family has never invited me to the Amelie Oil
I
skybox.
have to tell you, man, anything that I want to have a good time doesn't include you.
But I wonder which Amelie family member was driving that black Bentley with Amelie. Listen, if you've got Amelie on the license plate, clearly you want people to know that you're Amelie. Like I don't have a vanity plate. MJ on the radio. I don't have that. My license plate is generic. I don't know what letters and numbers.
Yeah, you want the oil company to be
Yeah.
MJ Oil. Hey, yeah, buddy.
All right. Michelle, you were holding up your phone and wanting to show me a text.
Yeah,
Yeah, you got a text from a friend of ours who is going to the sale.
What is it? Does he know what they're selling?
Hold on. I got a text on your phone, or I got
Well,
a text
it's
on my.
group text.
Oh, hang on. Let me check my
You
phone.
know how that works?
Yeah. Oh, Mark.
Yeah, he is
Oh,
going.
he's
So
going?
he's obviously disturbed by your poo-pooing it.
Yeah.
Oh, let me check Mark. Dr. Mark. You know Dr.
yeah,
Mark.
Mark knows that I'm right. Anything that's a good time usually doesn't include you.
Yes,
Dr.
he
Mark.
does.
Dr. Mark, our spine surgeon buddy.
Yeah, great guy.
First of all, he says, gonna need a picture of Todd playing roller hockey
No kidding.
Yeah.
Hey, Dr. Mark, how dangerous is roller hockey for
Yeah.
people to
on
play?
your spine.
Yeah, right.
All right. How many spinal injuries from rollerblades?
Spine, knee, wrist, all that stuff.
Then he writes, by the way, I'm going to the Lightning sale. We buy the professional sticks that are either not used or lightly used for Josh because he needs them custom for his height. None of the companies actually sell them other than 2 NHL players as a custom.
So they only sell them to NHL players. So what do you have to size up what player your kid matches and buy his sticks?
The right height, because Josh, his son, is a pretty tall kid.
But how much are the sticks, Doc? I mean, if they're like, $300 a stick, that seems a little high, for, I don't know, even if Vagisilevsky did use it.
And they're going to get Braden Point skid-marked underwear as well.
Oh, stop.
You know what, dude, you could wash that out, and it's like really good.
Just
product.
use some Woolite.
Yeah.
Or something. All right. 8:39.
Hey, Dr. Mark, pick up MJ a puck.
I don't need a puck. I don't need a hockey stick. All right. But I think it's a great cause, and I support the Tampa Bay Lightning. All right. 8:39 at the MJ Morning Show. Who the hell is robbing banks anymore? This is a bank robbery. A guy on an e-bike.
Dude, I thought you said a person, Robin Banks. I'm like, who's Robin Banks? Like, she's a host of a talk show. You meant robbing banks. Oh, okay. All right.
The new host of Dateline is Robin Banks.
And I'm Robin Banks.
No.
Tonight, we're going to talk about people robbing banks.
So,
brought to you by Robin Banks.
TPD put out information yesterday. A dude robbed a bank off of, Henderson on Neptune in South Tampa yesterday. And the dude has like a helmet on, glasses, he's got a bike helmet on, and glasses, and he's got like a balaclava, whatever, covering his face, and he rolled in on an e-bike. I mean, who's robbing banks anymore? I just passed by this place. It's right on. Is
it Bank of Tampa?
No. It was Synovus Bank. It was Synovus Bank on West Neptune in South Tampa. So TPD and the FBI are looking for a guy accused of robbing a bank yesterday morning, 9:20 in the morning. Synovus Bank, 4,000 block of West Neptune Street. That's off of Henderson,
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? That's it's not far. Oh, I wonder if that's the location where Lois, what was
Moreno?
Yeah,
That
remember
was an apartment complex.
Yeah, remember. Well, she was responding to the bank robbery that happened, and Lois Moreno, TPD officer, was shot and killed. And that apartment complex is right at like Church and Cleveland, if I'm not mistaken. And it was a bank robbery right in that area that she was responding to, and the robber had gone to that apartment complex. Lois Moreno was a fallen TPD officer, 20-something years ago. Mm-hmm. So it's been a while.
They have, obviously all the footage of this guy. He's completely covered up. Does Synovus Bank not have, you know what? He didn't take bricks of cash.
Yeah.
He took loose cash, so he knew he wasn't getting like
die packed.
The die pack.
When the die pack blows up on you.
I gotta say, this guy is.
But I'll tell you what,
pretty calm and collected.
Yeah, he's got a little saunter as he leaves
Or he has a bad hip.
Let me tell you right now that there are a couple of dudes in my neighborhood that ride these e-bikes, and they do like stunts. There's one guy that's like a menace and drives like 50 miles an hour on his e-bike in our neighborhood.
They get up there.
Listen, I'm walking 30 miles a week in the neighborhood. I see a little bit of everything. And there's a guy in my neighborhood on an e-bike that he's doing 300 yards doing a wheelie on the back wheel, and he's just flying. He almost ran me over the other. I'm walking, and he just blows through a stop sign. I almost got run over by this guy, and he's doing wheelies, in Beach Park. I wonder if it's that dude that robbed the Synovus Bank. I don't know.
That'd be irony.
But I've seen several with these e-bikes. So guy walks into the bike, multiple layers of clothing, white bandana, dark-colored hoodie, jeans, gloves, sunglasses.
His entire face is covered. You can't see anything about his other than his build, which is like a medium build.
Yeah.
Let me tell you right now, if I were a teller, I would have a sawed-off shotgun under the counter. Some guy walks in with a helmet fully covered. I'm opening fire right then and there because there's no normal person that's walking into a bank with a motorcycle helmet on, sunglasses, face completely covered, that is a robbery. I get the jump on the guy. I pull out the sawed-off shotgun and I just let him have it.
That's why you're not a teller. The teller at this Synovus Bank did everything by the book.
Yeah.
Give him the cash.
Give him the cash.
Get him out.
Yeah.
Save your own life. Don't engage. So congratulations to the teller for doing the right thing. Do not listen to MJ for bank safety tips.
Hand over the cash. According to TPD, the individual approached the teller, implying that he was armed. No weapon was presented, though. He demanded money and then took off and was last seen leaving the area on an e-bike, possibly headed northbound. So if you have any tips, I think it could be the guy from my neighborhood.
Could be. Why don't you call it in?
I don't know.
Why don't you call?
I'm going to call the tip. I'm going to call Crime Stoppers right now.
Yeah, call Lee directly.
Yeah. I have a cell number. I can.
Hey, Chief.
Yeah.
I got some guy in my neighborhood who could do really good wheelies. I think he's your guy for Synovus.
You know what? I don't. The guy on the e-bike looks a little pudgier. I don't think it's the guy in my neighborhood. But that guy did almost run me over the other day.
You're telling me you have a fat guy that can do a 300-yard long wheelie?
No. I said the guy in my neighborhood
is pudgy.
No, I said the guy at the bank robbery is pudgier.
Because suddenly this guy is talented. He should open a YouTube channel or something. I'd watch a channel of 300-yard wheelies.
But again, who's walking at the banks, robbing banks these days? I mean, you just don't hear about that.
No, desperate people.
I mean, cybercrime is so much easier.
So much easier. I mean,
if you can afford the laptop and the internet access and everything else.
Pretending you're Brad Pitt and meeting some old lady on Words for Friends.
Yes.
It's just so much easier.
And more fun.
Or, scamming people with some kind of crypto deal or something. It looks like you're jonesing to say something, Fester.
No, I have something that's completely unrelated.
What's that? I'm ready to shift gears.
Okay, so dude, have you seen the Jerry Springer documentary on Netflix?
No, I have not.
It's 2 episodes. They're like 50 minutes each. It was awesome.
Really?
I watched it for the last 2 nights. And we're like, we got like caught in like the Netflix trap because we're like watching the preview for everything, but not really clicking on anything. And I just hit it and it started playing. It was great.
Wow.
The rise of Jerry. He dies in 2023, so he's obviously not interviewed for it.
He was such a nice guy.
But it's all archive footage. And like 4 people, like his producer, his name's like Richard Dominic, and he was the guy that turned Jerry from a really bland show to what it became, and a couple of his producers and like one journalist reporter. But it was so good, and it goes about like the controversies when Jerry got caught with guests on the show, when somebody killed it was like when their show aired that day, that evening, there was like a murder. That was in the 2nd episode. Just great.
Wow.
There was also, remember the Jenny Jones murder as well.
That went to, yep.
Yeah, the Jenny, man, a lot of these shows have like issues.
Yeah, but and half the time I'm watching, I'm like, MJ would love this.
All right, putting it on a list for this weekend.
Then I had to call you, make sure you were alive, because the way I thought about it, like, you ever think about somebody like who's passed, and you're like, oh man, they would really have loved this. And I was like, well, hold on, I gotta call MJ, and that's when I called you. Did you ever think about something and you think about somebody who died and be like, oh wow, that person would really love this?
You think you're saying it wrong.
What are you saying?
This is what happens.
I have no idea what you're saying.
Yes, you do. You think about somebody, maybe you haven't seen them in a while. That's usually when it happens.
Right.
But then you go like, oh, I was thinking about so-and-so. And then you go to like either look them up or look them up on your phone. And then you discover that they've passed and it's been a while. So that's what Fester's saying. It's like he was thinking about you going, man, MJ would really like this. Maybe I'll call him. And then he was like,
that's exactly what I'm not saying, Michelle.
I still have no idea what either of you are saying.
Like you ever go like
I'm completely confused.
All right.
I feel like I'm having a
I'm
mini stroke.
confused too, then, Fester.
I'm having a mini stroke right now.
Let's say your grandpappy was into like, hot rod cars, right? And you go to like a hot rod car show and you're like, man, grandpappy would have loved this, but he's, dead.
oh, I see what you're saying.
I'm watching this show and I said to myself, man, MJ, and maybe in my brain I said it past tense.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
MJ would have loved this. I'm like, wait, he's still alive.
You're wishing I'm dead?
No, it's just triggered in my brain. I was like, MJ would have loved this. And I'm like, I better call him.
Oh, but he's alive.
And then, I call him. He's like, oh, I'm on my walk. What are you doing? And I'm like, all right, nothing. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Bye. Funny. AI calls today. The AI songs were really good today. Oh, yeah, they were good. Oh, I'm surprised we didn't think about that before. Okay, all right, goodbye.
All right, stop hyperventilating.
That's
well,
you,
actually,
it's you when you walk.
actually, I think Fester is hyperventilating because Fester alerted me that the Newport Richie Hooters is back. I'm sorry, Port Richie. Oh, I don't want to confuse Newport Richie
with Port Richie.
Port Richie. Oh my God,
There's
how
like
dare I?
There's like a 2-year difference in the city's like incorporations.
All right, so Fester alerted me that the Port Richie Hooters has reopened after they've repaired all of the Hurricane Helene storm surge damage.
Hey, good for them, man. I'm happy that they're
So
back.
boobs and wings are back on in Port Richie.
That's awesome.
There you go.
I mean, you want to talk about a local company? I wish nothing but success. Are they still a local company? Have they sold?
Well, listen, you had the local ownership group. So there was a local ownership group that kept control of a certain number of Hooters. I think a lot of the local ones, but then there was another group that pretty much did like the national franchising. They, I believe, went bankrupt, and I think the local group now is buying selected Hooters from the bankrupt franchisee group.
No, but look at the location, MJ. It's right on the water in Port Richie. So you can probably get some great views and stuff, but it got flooded out with the lean and that surge.
I'm told that Hooters location in Port Richie, that the location does not get better, that it's a phenomenal location.
And thankfully, all of the waitresses had fake boobs, so they floated.
Oh, flotation devices.
Yes.
Yeah,
no
with
casualties.
with the 8.5-foot storm surge.
No casualties at all.
Well, that's some very positive news.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Remember the raccoon lady with the meth pipe?
Yeah.
One of the craziest stories of all time. Hey, Andrew, put the raccoon meth pipe body cam footage. Put the audio back up on my board over here. We have an update. She says, "No way, no how am I going to surrender my raccoon." This was the traffic stop that happened back in early May. Man, this is absolutely hysterical. So traffic stop initiated, and the driver was Victoria Page Vidal. She was pulled over. She had an outstanding warrant. They placed her under arrest. And remember, the inside of the car was a disaster. Like the door panels were missing. It looked like
she had cages on the window so the animals couldn't escape when she rolled the windows down.
It looked like a dumpster inside. This car was a mess.
Yeah.
You know where like you have the armrests and they're cut and the stuffing's coming out. This car's a mess.
She has raccoons in the car. Of course the armrest is going to get torn up.
So the cops, while they're looking inside the car, they couldn't believe their eyes. She had a pet raccoon in the car with a meth pipe in its mouth. The raccoon had a meth pipe. Yeah, Fester's rolling the video right here. I mean, this is just unbelievable. Here's the audio. This is the audio from the video.
Hi, how are we doing today? I'm Officer Brandon, Springfield Township Police Department.
Okay, stop it, Josh. How are you?
So the reason I stopped you is you are suspended with a warrant for your arrest.
I am?
So do me a favor, turn off the car, put the keys up on the dash, detain you for that warrant, and because you are suspended actively.
All right, and then...
Hey!
What?
Come here.
Hello?
The raccoon has her meth pipe.
As what?
Oh my God.
Her meth pipe. He's playing with the meth pipe right now. No, don't reach for it. That's evidence now.
Oh, I don't want him to have that.
That's why I'm going to do it.
Buddy.
Huh?
It's okay.
Okay, you're on Arlington. He'll be here in 2 minutes. I'm right across from my house.
I mean, you can't make this up.
A few minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is what she's smoking meth in.
Okay.
The raccoon's playing with her meth pipe.
That's hysterical.
Oh, there's no way. He's trying to smoke it.
All right.
The raccoon is putting the meth pipe in his mouth.
All right, enough fun and games.
Compose yourself, officer.
All right, anyway, so the update on that story is that she vows she will not surrender the animal. While placing her under arrest, officers were told there was a raccoon in the car. At first, they thought that it might have been a joke, but then Officer Austin Branham, saw the raccoon lift its head over the driver's side window and noticed the animal was holding her meth pipe.
Is that the Giggle Fest, Officer Branham?
Oh, yeah. That's the giggler. The raccoon, Chewy, popped up his head.
Chewing
When
a
I
meth
turned to look inside the vehicle to make sure that it doesn't hop out, that's when I noticed he was holding a glass methamphetamine pipe. He took the pipe away, immediately noticed that the raccoon named Chewy had a second one in his hands, so took one meth pipe away. But the raccoon says, "Boop, I got another." So the raccoon grabs another meth pipe. Unbelievable. Chewy seemed extremely playful. He was kind of just sitting there looking at us. He was playing around with a plastic bag on the floor. He was going between the driver's seat and the passenger seat. He was playing around. And obviously this got massive, massive attention. But a month later, listen to this. A month later, Fox 8, was this in Ohio? Yeah, Springfield Township, Ohio. Fox 8 caught up with the woman, and she's living in a tent with several dogs and Chewy. The state allows raccoons to be kept as pets if they're bought from an approved breeder and they have a permit. No wild-caught raccoons can be legally kept as a pet. But on Monday, early this week, she said that she bought Chewy online and cannot find the bill of sale. So they might be trying to make her give up her raccoon. And she's saying, no way, no how am I giving up my raccoon?
So she's living in a tent with a raccoon. Okay.
With a meth pipe holding raccoon. All right, so that's the update on the meth pipe raccoon lady. 8:55 at the MJ Morning Show. That comes to an end right now. An hour and 20 minutes of nonstop MJ. So we just did over an hour and 20 minutes of nonstop MJ. The 9 o'clock hour starts next. So, McDonald's, McDonald's shares are down. Do you know why? You're not going to believe it. Well, you'll know it. Maybe you will believe it. McDonald's shares are sinking. Why? We'll tell you next. Oh, and Fester, I know you've been asking this question. Should I do cardio before weights or should I do weights before cardio?
I'll wait on both.
All right. Fester, workout tips next on the MJ Morning Show on Q105, 104.7 FM. Veterans Ford has your employee pricing. Hurry into Veterans Ford before the employee pricing from Ford goes away. It's going to expire early next month in July. So if you've been looking for a new Ford car, truck, or SUV, go to Veterans Ford, hurry, and you'll get the same price that Ford employees pay for the vehicle. It's actually below dealer cost. So don't let this deal expire. Don't in mid or late July say, you know what, I'm going to go get a new Ford car, truck, or SUV. Then you miss the employee pricing. Go take advantage of that right now. If you're looking for excellent Ford service, it just doesn't get better than Veterans Ford. Best Ford service around. If you want a great experience, they're going to treat you well. They're going to treat you like you're a family member. If you want the best car dealer experience ever, you want Veterans Ford. Veterans Expressway and Line Bar, and tell them that MJ sent you. If you want a phenomenal roofing experience, you want Westfall Roofing. Westfall Roofing is your top-notch go-to for any kind of roof repair or if you need a new roof. On average, roofs in Florida last about 15 to 20 years. So when it's time for roof replacement, you call Westfall. Maybe you don't need a full replacement just yet. You just need some service work. Maybe you've got a leak. The rainy season has arrived. It's only going to get rainier during the summer. We'll get our typical daily thunder showers. And if you have a leak, you call Westfall. Any roofing issue, whether it's a brand new roof or whether you need a repair, Westfall. Westfall does the work at my house. That's really the only endorsement you need, because if I'm using Westfall, then obviously you can trust Westfall. WestfallRoofing.com. Important to tell them MJ sent you. WestfallRoofing.com. Tell them the MJ Morning Show sent you. 8:57, traffic's on. Here's Shriner.
We're starting to see the traffic.
9:02 at the MJ Morning Show. It is the final hour, but it's not like we saved all the crappy stuff for the final hour. No, it just keeps getting better from here. So welcome back, and thanks for hanging with us in the final hour. So I mentioned McDonald's before the break, and shares of McDonald's are slipping. Michelle, if you were to guess, Fester's not in the room, or I'd have him guess as well. Oh, here comes Fester. So here we go. Come on in.
Come on.
All right. So why would McDonald's shares, so the stock market price, the price per share, why would McDonald's share price be going down?
You want a serious answer or a joke answer?
I want a wise-ass answer.
All right.
No, I want a serious answer.
Because Grimace is the new fry cook, and he keeps messing everything up.
No.
Okay.
No. Michelle, can you guess why
I
McDonald's...
have no idea.
Because Ronald McDonald was caught touching... Never mind. All right.
What?
So...
What is wrong
all right,
with you?
These are all the joke answers. The serious answer, I think, is because McDonald's is through the roof expensive.
Well,
that would be my legitimate answer.
Fast food as a whole, fast food is not cheap anymore.
No.
You know, you look at the average check now, you look at, I mean, Michelle, you go to Five Guys, for instance, which, Five Guys is obviously a little elevated above McDonald's, but you go to Five Guys and Michelle, Julian, right? You guys got a couple of burgers, some fries, and I think Julian got a shake.
Yeah.
I bet you it's $50.
It's like 38, 30. Well, how much was it?
I don't
like
remember.
$38 or something? I mean, it's like, wow.
So I don't even put Five Guys into the fast food category.
Right.
Even
Well,
though
it is.
But it's not. I mean,
No, it is.
No, fast food for me has to have a drive-through
Yeah, exactly.
at all locations.
Right.
All right, fine.
Okay.
Like I said, though, that Five Guys is not in the exact same category as McDonald's. It's a click up.
I put it in a counter service restaurant, but not a fast
There you
food.
go.
Fast food, I could sit in my car.
Mm-hmm.
And it is, but McDonald's, like the value meals now, there's no value.
You know who loves Five Guys? People with peanut allergies.
Okay.
Yeah, I've always thought about
I'm kidding. I'm joking.
Yeah.
All right. So McDonald's shares are slipping. Come on, guys. Think about it. What is all the rage? What is going on? It's not economy.
Uh-oh.
What is all the rage? Why would McDonald's sales be slipping?
Because they're introducing chicken strips again?
No.
I don't know.
No.
Chicken's a pretty crowded space right now.
No.
Why would shares be slipping?
Everyone's in the chicken business.
Everybody seems to be in the chicken business.
By the way, there's going to be some chicken news coming up in a short amount of time.
Is Shaq opening a new place?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
want to go.
There'll be some chicken news coming up. Yeah.
I don't know why. What's with McDonald's?
All the weight loss drugs. Come on.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Well, but that really shouldn't affect like just McDonald's. I think we've done stories where it's affecting grocery stores and snack food products and, so like restaurants in general should be affected, not just McDonald's.
So I probably have like $2,000 a year budgeted to potato chips. Right? So
I'm sure you do.
You're saying like,
yeah.
I mean, that would be across the board. Is McDonald's suffering it because it's the top name?
Right.
It's just the economy or the ebb and flow of
Fester's going,
the market?
It's not just, When we're talking about the weight loss drugs, of course, we're talking about, Ozempic, yeah. Yeah, so as the GLP-1 weight loss drugs are like on fire everywhere.
A bunch of them. Everybody has them, that seems now.
Yeah, McDonald's Corporation shares slipped yesterday after Redburn Atlantic gave the burger chain its sole sell rating, saying shifting consumer patterns due to weight loss drugs and inflation are cause for concern. So this company, whoever the hell Redburn Atlantic.
Yeah, Redburn Atlantic.
Well, I've never heard of Redburn Atlantic.
Yeah, we're experts in fast food stuff.
McDonald's shares fell as much as 1.8% yesterday to a low on the downgrade as more Americans turn to the GLP-1 drugs like Ozempic, Wegovy, Mounjaro. Those GLP-1s that people are not, I guess, buying as much fast food and having the cravings.
They're not buying as much food in general.
In general, yeah.
I mean,
why wouldn't every publicly traded grocery store or
Right.
why isn't Burger King coming?
Yeah.
Why aren't they on this headline?
Well,
McDonald's.
because this is McDonald's, they're all going to be affected. So, hey, the Burger King might be next. You know, as more Americans turn to these drugs, McDonald's could see as much as a $428 million annual impact to revenue. That's about 1% of system sales, according to Redburn Atlantic. According to their analysts, said the GLP-1s and the weight loss drugs are dragging down the sector. And I guess McDonald's has the most to lose here, potentially. So that's why going down. Hey, speaking of exercise, weight loss, Fester, can you describe your weight loss regimen?
Yeah, I mean, occasionally when I overeat, I regurgitate, and I probably lose a half a pound to a pound right there. That's the regimen. I mean, that's like, usually every Friday and Saturday.
So what do you think it is? Should you do your cardio before the weight workout, or should you do your weights before the cardio? What do you think? There's new research. We might finally have the answer. Weight training before cardio or cardio before weight training?
Beer before hard, you're in the yard. Hard before beer, you're in the clear. So hard weights, then cardio.
Got new research, new studies out, and we might finally have the answer. According to research, the order of your workout does affect how much fat you lose. Participants who performed weight training before cardio lost significantly more fat and became more physically active throughout the day compared to those who did cardio first. So weight training first and then cardio.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, the researchers, they got a whole pile of guys, 45 young men aged 18 to 30 who are classified as Fester, obese.
Oh, I thought you were going to say surprisingly good looking with something charismatic about him that makes him more attractive over time.
The researchers split the participants into 3 groups for 12 weeks. One group was a control group. This meant they stuck to their usual lifestyle habits, didn't make any changes to their exercise regime. Should it be regimen?
Regime. I've heard both.
This story says regime.
I've heard both.
The 2 other groups exercised for 60 minutes 3 times weekly. Participants also were given sports watches to objectively track their daily movement. This helped the researchers avoid reliance on self-reporting, which a lot of times can be inaccurate because people will lie their asses off.
Especially with fat guys.
Both exercise groups followed identical training programs, differing only in sequence.
So the weight workout first.
Strength training involved actual weights, with participants performing exercises such as the bench press, deadlift, bicep curls, and squats. The cardio sessions involved 30 minutes of stationary cycling, and participants in both groups experienced improvements in their cardiovascular fitness, muscle strength, body composition. But the real difference came when they measured fat loss and muscle performance. Participants who lifted weights first experienced significantly greater reductions in overall body fat and visceral fat. So weights first, cardio second.
Yep. Me and the other gym rats.
Yeah. And none of this will have any effect on Fester's life.
Oh, yeah.
Whatsoever.
Fester.
Let me flex for you.
Do you ever think of going to the gym?
Yeah, I have a
Let
friend.
me bust through this wall with a pitcher of strawberry liquid.
I have a buddy named Jim.
Yeah.
No, do you ever think of going and working out?
No.
Walking around the block?
Listen, my car broke down a couple of weeks ago. I had to walk home. It was a block. I was like, oh, so hard.
I got a celebrity pile. I got a lot of interesting.
Does it include the Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni stuff?
Yeah. Why don't you bring that? Let's start with that. So
now?
Yeah. I mean, I don't want too much on it, but there are a couple of angles. The whole Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni deal. So Baldoni a couple of days ago was hit with a blow in that, the court throw out his case, or right?
He tossed his case. They dismissed it? Is that what it is?
Dismissed his case, but not with prejudice. Gave him like 2 weeks, I think, to amend his complaint. Because here's the problem. His complaint is for defamation, and the items in the complaint that he's making against her are things that she wrote or said in her civil rights complaint, which are considered privileged communications or privileged, contact. So those cannot be items in his complaint for defamation.
All right, but they can come back with a new complaint and just refocus and remove certain items?
I don't know if he can remove those items that are in her complaint, if he has additional communications or items that were conduct by her that would qualify as defamation. But sounds like, she's pretty much insulated herself, I guess, by filing this through the Civil Rights Department instead of just filing a basic complaint.
I got to say, this whole thing confuses the hell out of me.
I know. It's very convoluted. I think
Ryan Reynolds, Blake Lively, this Justin Baldoni, and then Taylor Swift being friends with Blake Lively.
Not anymore. Not anymore.
But we had an item a couple of weeks ago that apparently Taylor Swift just didn't want to be caught up in this mess and kind of just, 86'd her.
Well, here's the thing. So even though this complaint has now been dismissed, all of that information and all of those texts and communications that Blake Lively was having with whoever she was having it with have been published, right? So if you're somebody like Taylor Swift, you've now got to be concerned that whatever you have ever texted Blake Lively is now, could possibly, see the light of day.
So isolate yourself or just eliminate any potential embarrassing leaks, security risk, whatever.
And also they're saying
embarrassment.
Right. But this has now had the chilling effect on Blake Lively's career to some extent because, she seems to be litigious and complaining. And so and also her texts reveal something about her personality. And so I think other people in Hollywood are kind of like, you know what? She's a little more trouble than it's worth.
Dude, let me tell you.
Go ahead.
Let me tell you how hard it is to work with somebody who complains and is litigious. Oh my God. Oh, what a pain in the ass. You don't know what you're getting yourself into with that one. You're right. That's a combo.
That's not the only reason that they are not wanting to work with her.
Go ahead.
Well, do you have your favorite sound effects ready to go?
No. I need the burp fart.
Hold on. Oh, the Wendy Williams burp fart?
Yeah, put Wendy
any
Williams.
Fart.
Okay.
No,
Any burp.
we need Wendy Williams, I think.
Let me pull my fart out.
Go ahead, Michelle.
Apparently, somebody from her previous Gossip Girl days, it had, a while ago, reported that she was known for burping and farting on the set.
Blake Lively.
And that...
All right, Fester, you can stop. All right, it's enough. Thank you.
But also...
Are you talking about... Fester, stop.
It's a fart soundboard.
I realize that. Thank you.
It's the best.
That's his favorite. That's his favorite.
So, all right, Fester, knock it off. You're talking about actress turned TV chef Rosella Rago? She said that Blake Lively was horrendous to work with on the Gossip Girl set.
Yeah.
If anybody wants to find it, it's called Fart World in the App Store.
She would frequently burp and fart between takes, creating an uncomfortable working environment.
Take 2. Take 3.
And that she would...
Take 4.
Cut. What's that? Is somebody stepping on a duck?
Lunchtime. Who cut the cheese?
Damn it, Blake.
Having grilled cheese sandwiches.
And she acted like they were lucky to be smelling her farts.
Oh, what?
Yes. Now that's just disgusting.
That is, why do you have to say that?
That's what it says, and that's what she's claiming.
All right, Fester, knock it off with your soundboard, all right?
Can you imagine?
You're so lucky.
Hey, do you remember the Brady... Fester, I'm sorry, I'm moving on.
That one that's accident.
Stop.
I can't stop them once they start.
Yes, you can. Born
the
yesterday.
That Hadley did the other day. That last one that Hadley did. Chloe liked that one the best.
No,
she said that was the best one.
All right, so
the long one.
I don't even know which one.
Remember
the long juicy one, Fester.
All right, can I please? That's a squeaker. All right, listen. Do you remember some time ago the Brady Bunch house sold out in California?
Yeah.
For $3.2 million.
Here's the story of a lovely lady.
Tina Trahan bought the Brady Bunch house, which appears in the opening credits of the Brady Bunch home. You know, the front curb shot. That's a real home, like in Studio City or something, somewhere out in L.A. And the interior of the house didn't look anything like the TV show because it was a set. But then they redid the interior of the house to look like the actual Brady house. So you have the outside of the house, you have the inside of the house. Well, she bought the home from HGTV, from the television network. The 1959 house, which is in Studio City, was renovated in 2019, so the interiors actually matched the TV show. I mean, they painstakingly did this. I mean, they ridiculously recreated this house inside. I mean, it is unbelievable. Well, in 2025, now, Tina Trahan has a sweepstakes to allow fans to tour the property. So she now has she paid, a fortune for this house. Now she wants to recoup some money. So Tina Trahan told the Wall Street Journal, she was such a big fan of the show growing up that she wanted to use it for fundraising. But I guess now she's going to sell tickets. She's going to have a sweepstakes to allow fans to tour inside to take a look. So
who gives a crap?
Listen, that would be cool.
Would it?
Yeah.
When you go out to California with the kids, you're going to go by the Brady Bunch house to...
I never, when I lived out in L.A., I never drove by the house in Studio City. I probably should have. But I would be interested. I'd like to walk through, take some pictures.
Okay.
Also, with the orange and green Formica in the kitchen,
And you're 59.
Yeah.
Like, do your kids even watch Brady Bunch? Do they even know anything about it?
They have no idea about Brady Bunch.
No, you've showed the kids Brady Bunch episode.
But Fester's kids don't.
Our kids do.
Our kids do because you and I invested in educating them, about like the 80s and the 90s and bringing them in, bringing all of that
world geography, world history, mathematics, Brady Bunch.
We made sure that they knew a lot of pop culture from our days because we really enjoyed the 80s, right?
Do we have freaking mosquitoes in this room? I'm getting bitten up.
We have do we have something in here?
I don't know. Maybe we've got I have fleas or something.
I have fleas.
I'm getting bitten in here.
Do you want me to?
I don't know what the hell is going on. I'm getting bitten.
Call an exterminator just to maybe drop a bug bomb in here? Can we put a bug bomb in here? Would that hurt the equipment? Would it hurt the equipment?
Let's do one of those deals where you're only supposed to use one bug bomb for the square footage.
Use like 20.
We put 20 in here.
Really kill them.
Yeah.
Would it hurt the equipment if we did something like? What if we put 2 bug bombs in here and just seal the door?
No, you put 20 in here and seal the doors. see what happens. Anyway, so the Brady Bunch house, you want to tour, there's going to be a sweepstakes. Yeah, if you want to potentially win a ticket to do it. All right, back over to additional celebrity news. Jared Leto, man, I just got bitten on my freaking on my ankle.
You never get bitten.
There is something in. I do not get bitten. I've got something on the back of my arm over here.
Yeah, I could see it.
Yeah. And then it's like something is like nipping at my freaking ankles now. And no, when you get the buggy, itchy heebie-jeebies, then you start feeling them everywhere.
Yeah.
Holy crap. All right, Jared Leto. He's now being accused of impropriety by 9 women.
Yeah, it's more than just like a couple. It's a lot.
So I guess Jared Leto is being accused by 9 women for improprieties. Did he have some kind of and I'm trying to think. He had his big claims to fame movie-wise. What, American Psycho, Fight Club, House of Gucci, Blade Runner, right?
He's been in a bunch of movies.
Blade Runner 2049.
I don't know if I consider him a
30 Seconds to Mars.
He's not like a superstar, I don't think, but he's pretty big guy in Hollywood.
Right.
So here's
but he did a retreat, and some of the women at this retreat are accusing him of impropriety.
Some of the allegations were when the women were minors.
What?
Yeah, I mean, this is really messy.
Yeah, on September 12th, 2005, this goes back 20 years.
Wow.
The New York Post published an item on Leto, who had a few years earlier appeared opposite Jennifer Connelly in a movie called Requiem for a Dream. And the headline here is Jared Leto likes them young.
I think we're just hearing about that more and more.
The story opened with Jared Leto likes them young. I mean, you know the name, but
I'm just looking at the list of stuff he's done.
yeah.
We've seen some of his stuff. I mean, I'm just not that. When you said it to me, Jared Leto, I was like, who the heck is that?
Anyway, heads up. And then we get to the Jamie Foxx and the Kevin Hart stuff. So Jamie Foxx at a roast. What was it? The All-Star Comedy Night? Yeah, Jamie Foxx went right after Sean Diddy Combs at some Netflix All-Star Comedy Night. And actually, this happened like 10 days ago.
Is it on Netflix now? Have I not seen it?
It must be. And so I've got a couple of audio bites here. Jamie Foxx just totally going after Diddy. Here's the first part.
And Diddy, you're crazy, huh? I don't know if he's going to jail, but he's a nasty.
I don't know if he's going to jail, but he's a nasty mother. And, you know.
And Diddy, you're crazy, huh? I don't know if he's going to jail, but he's a nasty. Am I right? Especially for argument. Like white people, yeah, it's cool, but black people, like, that was our hero. Don't let goddamn baby oil, boy.
So he was a hero. Then he brings up the baby oil. First of all, could they give him a mic that sounds better than that? And what the hell's that music playing? So the mic is bad. Let's put music on it to make it sound even worse. What the hell's that?
Yeah, I mean, it's like it was taped off of a TV and another person got a hold of it and dubbed the audio.
Yeah, here's the second clip.
For the black people in here, you know how that hurts us.
Oh, so he's talking about, hey, Diddy was a hero, and for black people, this really hurts us?
For the black people in here, you know how that hurts us. Because Diddy was... It's all about the Benjamin, you know what I'm saying? That was our whole culture. Now it's all about the baby oil.
Whoever put that music there, I want to run him over with my car. I mean, anyway, so that was Jamie Foxx going after Diddy at a Netflix All-Star Comedy Night.
There are hundreds of photos
of
them together.
Would they hire a fourth grader to set up a camera to record that thing?
Yeah, I'd like to shout out to Allegheny Avenue Elementary School for the audio visual here.
The audio visual club.
Yeah, you guys are doing great. Good
You know,
job. Good luck in the 5th grade.
He addressed this theory that Diddy tried to kill him back when he had his medical episode.
Oh, that's right.
There was a little like conspiracy theory. I guess maybe that came out after the fact because look, he is with Diddy a lot. So I think that, you know, him coming out and roasting Diddy kind of is like I wasn't involved in any of that stuff because we've all been questioning what other big name celebrities have been there. And you look at the pictures of who Diddy has been with and you say, how could he not have known? How could he not have known? How could he not have known?
So Fox spoke at a roundtable about Diddy, where he addressed the conspiracy that the rapper had allegedly orchestrated his stroke in 2023.
Oh, wow.
And he said, no, Puffy didn't try to kill me.
Yeah.
According to Jamie Foxx.
That was a joke. All right.
I don't know.
All right. So then we have Kevin Hart.
Mm-hmm.
All right. When we get back, I'll pick up with the rest of this. Then Kevin Hart goes after Diddy at the BET Awards. So if you haven't heard that audio, which I'll tell you right now, the audio quality is better than that Netflix crap. All right.
Audio.
They hired a high school AV club to do the BET Awards instead of some elementary school. All right. So if you haven't heard what Kevin Hart is now saying about Diddy, we'll get to that coming up. Anyway, there's a lot of stuff. In the final segment is next. 926 MJ Morning Show here on Q105, 104.7 FM. I want to introduce you to Steve and Elizabeth Holland from the Holland Group Retirement Wealth Advisors. Do you have the right plan? Let me tell you what really is going to be bad is for you to get close to retirement or into retirement and then realize that you've made a mistake. And that if you could have made some simple changes years earlier, that you'd be in a much better situation. Enjoying your retirement, really doing what you want to do. You've worked for decades and decades and decades, and you look forward to retirement and enjoying yourself. You got to make sure you have the right amount of investment income coming in to keep the lifestyle and have the retirement you want. You got to make sure you have the right retirement plan. Are you in your mid to late 40s, your 50s? Are you 5 years out from retirement? Maybe a couple of years? Maybe you're just on the border of retirement, or maybe you are in retirement right now. That whole span, call the Hollands. If you're listening right now and you don't know if you have a plan, if you don't know if you have the right retirement plan, if you'd like to get a second opinion, maybe you're working with a broker or an advisor, but you haven't had someone else take a look, get a second opinion from the Hollands. Let them build you an income plan for your investment income. Let them build you the full retirement plan. Complimentary, no obligation, no cost to you. Just call the Hollands. Go to askthehollands.com. Ask any questions you have. Get a second opinion. Askthehollands.com. Get the phone number, call them up, and tell them that MJ sent you. Traffic's on. Shriner's got the latest MJ Morning Show back in a minute.
We have an accident on I-4 East.
MJ Morning Show 9:33 on this Wednesday. And then everyone's piling on the Diddy Meister. So then we have Kevin Hart. So first you had Jamie Foxx that goes after Diddy. Then we have Kevin Hart, and he is at the 2025 BET Awards, and he goes after both Diddy and Kanye West. So what did Kevin Hart have to say? All right, here's the first cut on Kevin Hart.
Also, I'm going to do my part. I'm shutting down the idea of after parties. No after parties tonight, okay? None. Take your asses home after this. That's why I did it on a Monday. I did it on a Monday. People got to go to work tomorrow. No after parties. That's where shit gets slippery at them after parties.
That's where stuff gets slippery. Little baby oil reference over there.
Oh, it gets slippery.
Yeah.
I feel like this is the place to be. Everybody wants to be here. Everybody wants to be here tonight. If you're not here, you feel like you're missing out. You feel like you should be here. Everybody wants to be here. I've been getting calls all day. Hold on. Oh, I just got a text. It's Kanye. Yep. He says he's out front. He's waiting for somebody to invite him in. Hey, don't do it. Okay? We all saw the movie Sinners. Don't let his ass in here.
A little Diddy, a little Kanye. And look, I don't want to give Kanye too much airtime, but did you see the news came out yesterday that Kanye is changing his name again? Now he's going to be Ye Ye.
Oh, God.
Yeah. So Kanye to just Ye, Y-E, and now he wants to be Y-E-Y-E. So now his new name is Ye Ye.
All right. Tell me when he changes his name to like Cornelius or something. Something completely different.
Yeah, so new business documents have been filed according to his chief financial officer, Hussein Lalani, that his new name is Ye Ye.
Hussein Lulani. Wow. Is that
no Lalani?
Is that Arabic or Hawaiian?
It's Arabic. It's Arab and Hawaiian.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Half Arab, half Hawaiian. A camel poo-poo platter. that's what you get there. Then we kind of went over most of the Taylor Swift stuff regarding the restraining order. So earlier this week, we told you that Taylor Swift had gotten a restraining order against this maniac that's been stalking her and telling everyone that, I'm the father of Taylor Swift's baby. I don't think Taylor Swift has a baby that we know of, right?
No.
But this dude, this 45-year-old sicko, remember we gave the name out, Wagner. So this Wagner guy from Colorado, 45 years old, has been stalking Taylor Swift. Do you know that he even changed his driver's license address to Taylor Swift's address, one of her homes?
Can you just do that? Just tell them you live at this address and they do it? Don't you need some kind of proof?
How do they know?
Don't you need like a
You do.
cell phone bill or a water bill?
What do you need, a driver's license? No, you do need proof.
Yeah.
The whole Real ID thing is part of having proof, but somehow this maniac, this Brian Jason Wagner, was able to change his driver's license address to one of Taylor Swift's houses out in Los Angeles. The restraining order also reveals that Wagner lied to the Department of Motor Vehicles about his place of residence and changed the home address on his license to Taylor Swift's L.A. home. I mean, again, with Real ID, does he have a gold star on that license? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, right?
Or is he using a Costco card at the airport? Anyway, so a little bit more on that. I feel bad for Katy Perry. Some of these... Oh, Fester's shaking his head.
You always start the same thing. I feel so bad for Katy Perry. Let me cry my eyes out for her. Such a tough life.
I'm not crying my eyes out, but
I just feel so bad for her.
It just seems that some of the performers in that time era. That I've got two items here. One is Katy Perry, and then the other is Justin Timberlake. It's just some of these celebrities. It's almost like their meters expired, and now people are going after them. So the latest on Katy Perry is that her latest album has been classified as a big flop. And now the report that came out yesterday is that her marriage to Orlando Bloom, are they married or are they just together?
I think they're married,
are they married
now.
Can you double check that? I thought they were married. Yeah, but apparently Katy Perry's relationship with Orlando Bloom is on the rocks, and that they're having trouble. There's massive tension.
Oh, they're engaged.
Okay, they're engaged. So they're not married, they're engaged. But apparently that whole engagement is in jeopardy, the whole relationship in jeopardy because of the tension. I got to believe it's not only the album flop, but, she went through that whole, internet trolling because of the rocket launch and her, going up in the Bezos, Wiener rocket.
I just feel so bad for her. So bad. No,
she's a nice woman.
So wonderful. She took a picture with my kid 20 years ago. She's
and
so
was
great.
very Katy Perry was very nice to Chloe and Michelle. Okay. Michelle will tell you.
And now I just feel so bad for her.
Well, she's done nothing to deserve any of this. That's the thing I think he's trying to say.
Michelle just articulated it a little better than I did. What has Katy Perry done to deserve being attacked?
Yeah.
Listen,
and having you mock her?
What has she not done? I mean, if you put yourself out there in that capacity, you're putting yourself into the public view. You get what you get.
Her album flopped. I don't even know a song from it. Yeah. I don't know a song from her since that.
Since California Girls?
Exactly, Teenage Dream, whatever.
Dream.
That I went to that concert with Chloe. It was fantastic. If she came around again, I would probably go. I'd look at the set list first, make sure that I knew what she was going to sing. But in regards to the relationship, I mean, I don't know. I feel like that's a lot of speculation. That's what all of them say, speculation. But yes, Festive, relationships what?
Relationships break up. People break up.
Right.
Sometimes they succeed, sometimes they don't. Okay, it happens.
And sometimes one of them is up, one of them is down, and that's what a relationship is all about. You stick with each other through, and I mean, look, at least they're not married yet, so they can split up very easily.
Does this sound familiar to anybody?
Hi, Tom Bodette from Motel 6 with some insight for the traveler. Well, this is what one of our rooms looks like when you're sleeping. And
remember this? Remember Motel 6 and Tom Bodette?
Yeah.
And we'll leave the light on for you?
$25. More in some places, less in others. But
he's suing.
The lowest price.
Oh, he's all pissed off at Motel 6 right now.
Is he still alive?
Yeah, Tom Bodette. Yeah,
he's suing.
He's alive.
Tom Bodette, we'll leave the light on for you.
There's his tagline. Yeah, Tom Bodette. I stumbled across this yesterday, that Tom Bodette is suing Motel 6 for using his name and his voice without permission. So his deal has not been paid for. I guess he's been stiffed. So the company that owns Motel 6 now is like some company from India. I'm not making this up.
What is Tom Bodette's claim to fame besides just doing those commercials?
Yeah, he was wasn't he on NPR, and he had an association with Ken Burns, the documentary,
Did he? Okay.
The documentarian or whatever you call it.
I'm a fan of Ken Burns, and I love the Motel
Civil
6.
War, baseball, all that crap, right?
Yeah.
All right, so Tom Bodette is now suing Motel 6, or the company that owns Motel 6 now. The new owner is India-based Oyo.
Oh.
They were supposed to pay Tom Bodette $1.2 million, an annual payment for the use of his voice and name and likeness, and $1.2 million for the payment for his retainer was due on January 7th. The Indians didn't pay him.
Okay.
No rupees for you.
You got to settle that bill.
Yeah. So he just filed a lawsuit.
So he gets a $1.2 million lump.
That was the deal. So he had some kind of I don't know how long the contract. Well, it's annual. So $1.2 million annual payment.
In perpetuity till he dies?
Well, whatever the contract stated. I'm sure there's a contract, and they missed the payment. Yeah. So they missed a $1.2 million annual contract, which was due on January 7th. And I guess the contract was due to end in November. So they're claiming that they continued to use his name and voice on the national reservation line, violating his rights under the contract and federal trademark law. And now he's suing. Yeah, he seeks the $1.2 million plus additional unspecified damages. Yeah, a spokesperson for G6 Hospitality, Motel 6's immediate parent, and I guess then they're owned by this OYO, OYO, which is based in India. Hello, my friend.
Yeah, right there in New Delhi.
Yeah. Hey, give me the phone number for Motel 6. Let's call up and see if they've taken Tom Baudet's voice off of the reservation line. I'm sure it's like, "Hi, I'm Tom Baudet. Would you like to make a reservation? Press 1."
I can't think of any other product that I automatically associate a person with a product. I mean, anytime you say Tom Baudet, it's Motel 6.
Yeah, 466-8356. Let's see if they've taken the Tom Baudet voice
Thanks
off.
for calling Motel 6. Para español, presione el número 2.
He's gone.
Yeah, they took him off, unless he's coming up now.
Please select from one of the following options.
Yeah.
To make a new reservation, press 1.
Yeah.
Great. Hang on for 1 second while I connect you.
Oh,
this
yeah.
call may be recorded for quality
Looks
purposes.
like they finally took
to
him
learn
off.
what personal information we collect and how
Yeah.
we use it, please see our privacy policy on motel6.com.
Oh, just the music. It probably said, "Hi, this is Tom Baudet. We'll be with you in just a second." Our reservation center in India, they're busy right now. They're hang.
It's okay.
Hang on it. Did they? Hey, Andrew, see if they picked
Doesn't
up the
matter.
phone.
We don't need to talk to the
and tell.
representative.
I want to make a reservation.
We don't want to stay at a Motel
Hey,
6.
Not anymore.
Are they? You got a live person? Yeah, tell them it's the MJ Morning Show live, and we want to make a reservation. All right.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
That voicemail spokesperson, they slapped that together
All
in
right,
like
hang on.
5 seconds.
Hey, it's the MJ Morning Show. We're live. Good morning. I'd like to make a reservation.
Okay.
Hi.
For how many nights and how many people?
My name's Tom Baudet. Have you ever heard of me?
No, sir.
Where are you located?
I'm from the reservation department of Air Control, every Motel and Studio 6 across.
Where's the reservation from? Yeah, Motel 6. Where are you located? Where's the reservation department located?
Reservation department is located offshore from the U.S.
Are you in India?
Yes, sir.
Oh, fantastic! Yeah, are there any Motel 6s in India? Because I'd like to visit the Taj Mahal. Is there a Motel 6 near the Taj Mahal?
So
that's where I want to.
Only.
I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we are only making the reservation for U.S. and Canada. Like, of course, we are from India, but we are not making the reservation for the hotel in the India. Because we do not have the access. I hope you can understand.
Oh, that's terrible. Yeah, because I want to visit Taj Mahal. Also, I wanted. Are there any Motel 6s like where the Slumdog Millionaires were?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, so can you book me in a hotel in the slum where the Slumdog Millionaire was from?
Sir, I do not have access for the Indian Motel website. Okay, we are only from the U.S. and Canada.
Oh, okay. Well, listen, I'm sorry to trouble you. Have a nice day.
You too have a nice day, sir.
Right,
Take care.
Bye-bye. What a lovely Indian gentleman. So pleasant.
You mean what a lovely gentleman? He was fine. He was great.
So
he was a testament to the quality service that they provide at Motel 6.
The parent company's in India, and we got a call center in India. There you go. Anyway, Tom Baudet. I'm sure he's going to walk away with something. Mary Lou Retton has addressed the DUI for the very first time. That's right. We have actual audio. Yep. Actual audio of Mary Lou Retton being pulled over. Yes, Mary Lou Retton. Yeah, so, yeah, she's addressed it. She takes full responsibility for her DUI. Remember, she was pulled over in West Virginia? She had a screw-top bottle of wine as her passenger.
The good stuff.
I guess it's better than box wine.
Hey, you know what? Hey, don't make fun of screw-tops. There are some great wines. You know, there are plenty of good Australian wines that use a screw top.
All right.
Hey, I've got some Plump Jack where a six-pack, half for cork and half for screw tops.
Look,
So
Fester doesn't care. He's not a drinker.
I'm sure Mary Lou Retton had the good stuff from Australia. That's what she was saying in the holler of West Virginia when she was pulled over for a Dewey. Okay, so here's the thing. Mary Lou Retton, her name's come up a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Unlike Tom Bodette, where I know what his voice sounds like, but I have no idea what he looks like. I know what Mary Lou Retton looks like.
But no idea what she sounds like.
I don't know that I've ever heard her ever. I mean, besides like an interview on the mat in 1984 after she won the gold. I don't know what her voice. She can sound like a chipmunk for all I care. I have no idea. If you said Mary Lou Retton sounds like she was an extra on The Wizard of Oz, I would believe you.
This is what she sounded like. You want to know what her voice sounds like?
Yeah.
10, 5, 3, 6. That's her counting from 10 backwards during the DUI stop, during the field sobriety test.
No, I've never seen an interview with her. Not in my entire adult life. Has she ever come out and made any kind of statement or that I can recall?
Guess what? She made a statement, and I do respect her for this. She takes full responsibility for her DUI bust, non-aggravated DUI, so she didn't plow through a bus stop and take out a bunch of old ladies waiting for the bus.
Thankfully.
Yeah. She takes full responsibility. She got a $100 fine, which is standard for a first-time non-aggravated offense in West Virginia.
Seems a little light.
Yeah.
She says, I'm determined to learn and grow from this experience. I'm committed to making positive changes in my life. I truly appreciate your concern, encouragement, and continued support. And, of course, Mary Lou Retton was arrested back on May 17th after cops said that she was swerving all over the road, and they finally pulled her. That's according to the arrest affidavit. She was just weaving and swerving all over the place. And they found a bottle of screw cap wine in the passenger seat. And cops said that she was slurring her words, smelled of booze. In fact, she was actually eating a bowl of Wheaties.
With her picture on the box.
With wine instead of milk. She was.
I've got 400 cases of this crap. I can't eat it all in 2 lifetimes.
Let me leave you with this. Speaking of court, this takes a lot of balls. During a court hearing in Detroit, a mom was caught making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich on the video call with the judge.
So? Sounds like she's being a good mother. Sounds like she's multitasking.
I was going to say.
I'm not mad at that.
I was going to say it's multitasking.
I thought you were going to say she was lighting a crack pipe or something. That's terrible.
Asia Outerbridge was berated by 36 District Court Judge Sean Perkins after she showed up late to her Zoom court hearing wearing a robe and then making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich on the Zoom call.
Ma'am, you have to remove the bonnet.
On the iPhone, I just let you in the room. Good morning to you. Start your name. And
Asia Outerbridge.
And turn your camera on, man. Asia who?
Outerbridge.
And why are you so late?
Because I have a paper right here that shows my court started at 1 o'clock. But then when I called, right here, if you can look. On this thing right here, it says 1 o'clock.
I don't see 1 o'clock.
Maybe
like I saw 9 a.m. It looks like I saw 9 a.m.
I had 1 o'clock on one of those papers.
You just showed me a paper, Miss Outerbridge. That
yes,
said
I did. Right. So when I called,
no, we can't talk at the same time.
Well, I apologize for being late. Excuse me.
Stop.
You asked me a question. I'm just trying to answer it.
I know. Put whatever you're trying to prepare down.
I'm trying to see my daughter.
Get your clothes. You gotta put your properly dressed on. I don't do the robe.
She's in a robe and she's got a jar of Jif peanut butter.
Is that a robe?
It's the problem, sir. I'm not even doing that to you. Ask me a question, I'm answering. My daughter is sick. I had to keep her home from school. I'm just trying to feed her. That is it.
Understandable, but you're in court.
Ms. Outerbridge, I'm sorry that your daughter is sick, but again, you're in court, okay? And we're gonna treat it as such. I asked you.
Okay, I'm properly dressed.
No, don't talk while I'm talking.
I have on clothes. I have on clothes.
Fine, Ms. Outerbridge.
I have on clothes.
Man, she's got a hell of a weave going on there, too.
Yeah, beautiful hair. I'll tell you right now, the judge is wearing a robe, okay? If he can wear a robe, why the hell can't she?
His is not terry cloth, okay?
All right, so I'll tell you now.
And she's making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
There obviously was a discrepancy on time. That judge came in a little hot. That judge needed to calm down a little bit. That judge needs to just settle his ass.
We had an observer in the studio this morning, retired Tampa Detective Jay, sat in. One of our dreams was to sit in on an MJ morning show with TPD for like 22 years or something.
That's the dream, to sit in on this morning show?
I've listened to it all my life. So, yes, just once. Thank you.
Detective Jay, did you enjoy sitting in on the MJ morning show?
I did with you guys. It was amazing to meet everyone. I've seen you before, but to meet everyone, especially Michelle.
Look at that.
Yeah, she is
my
the
SAO
best.
buddy over there.
Yeah, the hell with Fester and MJ.
That's
but
right.
Michelle, just wanted to meet Michelle. Anyway, glad to have you in. Thanks for
Thank
hanging.
you.
Well,
Thank
some
you
of
for
us have
having me.
done good in our lives.
We got to roll 9:54 at the MJ Morning Show. We'll see you back here tomorrow. You need to get a hold of me. I'm MJ at MJMorningShow.com or my Instagram. You should be following me. My DMs are open. I'm Certified MJ Radio on Instagram. That's Certified MJ Radio. Folks, have a great day. We'll see you back here tomorrow morning. MJ Morning Show on Q105, 104.7 FM, and let's be careful out there.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years,